Catherine, there's a question from United Palace.
Yes, I saw. Thank you, Sally.
I think they get more time since there are three different individuals that want to speak.
Hi. Rosie, I'm gonna check if we have quorum. It's 26 is quorum until. Rosie, you have a count?
I think we have 19. Well, oh, because we have new members. Okay.
No, we have 6 new members.
Okay, keep switching on me. Sorry that I'm at the recount.
Okay.
Yes, we have 26.
26? All right.
Yes.
Right, Faye, you wanted to say something before I begin? I think we have official quorum. It's not, you have your hand up, so you want to put it down? Faye? Okay, so it's 6:37.
Sorry.
Faye, you say you wanted to say something, or you just accidentally had your hand up?
Thank you. Hi. No, I already spoke to Catherine. Thank you.
Great. So 6:37, we're gonna call the meeting to order. And before we begin, we're gonna go through the formalities of putting a motion on the floor to adopt June 2021 agenda. All in favor?
I
Any
Actually,
Any-
so moved.
So moved. Aye.
motion passed? So moved? Any
Aye.
Aye.
We need a second, and then if no one is opposed, Eli should say, is anyone opposed? And then we go on.
I was just getting ready to say that. Anyone opposed? Any objections? Motion passed. We're gonna go through the same so our new members understand the formality of how the process that I at times have forgotten. So I just want to make sure that we do it right this time. For the minutes of May 2021, the minutes are the minutes of the last meeting that we had for the new people, for the new members. We're gonna also get a motion on the floor to adopt May 2021 minutes. All in favor?
Wait. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes? Someone say that they move to adopt the minutes.
I make a motion to adopt the minutes.
Thank
I second the
you.
motion.
Thank you. Now, is there anyone opposed to this adoption of the minutes? Thank you. The
Someone
minutes
want
are
to object?
adopted.
Well,
I haven't read them.
and it's adopted.
Keep in mind, by the way, that I've been doing this much longer than Eli has.
Then I've been alive. That I've been
Also
alive, right?
Conceivably, yeah. Actually, yeah.
Probably so. So
Uh-huh.
good. On my report, which will be sweet and brief, I'd like to take this opportunity to do 3 punctual things. One is to introduce our new members. If you guys want to unmute yourself, I want to start with Joelkis Abreu. Daniel Bonilla.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Joelkis, yeah. Introduce yourself for a minute.
Hi guys, my name is Joel Abreu. I'm a first-time member here. Been living in Washington Heights all my life. It's just to say a little bit about my occupation. I'm a licensed banker for JP Morgan. That's my background in finance. And nothing, I just want to, I look forward to working with everyone on the board. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Joelkis. Thank you so much. Mr. Daniel Bonilla. Daniel. We're gonna move on to Simari Hernandez. Simari, you just want to say hi? People can see you and get to know you.
Hello, everyone. Simari Hernandez here. Glad to be here. Thank you for accepting me on.
Thank you, Simari. Michelle Lee.
Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm new to the board as well, first time. And I grew up in New York City, but have only been living in Washington Heights for 2 years. So I'm excited to learn more and get to know more people in the community. Excited to meet all of you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Wait, I was able to unmute.
Okay, good, Daniel.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Daniel. I'm an artist. I've been living in Washington Heights for probably all my life. Lived in the Bronx for a short time, but thank you for letting me in the CB12, and I look forward to working with everyone here.
Okay, thank you. Next one is Genesis Salas.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Genesis. I am also new to the board. I look forward to working with all of you. I've recognized some faces that I did see on Friday. But yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Peña. Actually, Wendy Peña, sorry. Wendy Peña, are you there? Wendy? She's still not in. Okay, so that's the new members. Can give them a round of applause. Welcome you. Here we are. This is, and I'm sure it's a cliche, but this is the purest form of democracy. This is where we all put our ideas and our arguments for or against what we think is convenient or not. But this is where everything gets discussed in a very civil way for the most part. Sometimes we get a little heat with each other. We're a large family. We not all think alike, act or sound the same, but at the end of the day, we have the one commonality in this, and it is that we all mean to do what's best for our community. So I couldn't thank you enough. It's 150 degrees out, so I'm sure you guys are comfortable in under your ACs. So let's enjoy. We're gonna have a lovely night tonight, or a lovely evening. So thank you. Last and part of my report is the event that Faye Florimon, our Education and Youth Committee Chair, has had for the last 4 or 5 years. Faye has made a tremendous effort of making sure that we as board members come in and help her. Faye is now going to branch out and take that idea with her and make sure that there's more community members a part of her, of this movement, this idea that she originally had, which is to include the police department and our youth and get them familiar, get them to know one another so that there's prevention and there's policing and prevention in the police department, rather than just acting in a way in which we all know what happens when, you know, we don't interact in a safe manner. So Faye, I couldn't say enough about what you've done and your work. So thank you very much for all the hard work you put in. And with that, we're gonna move on to for the new members to our Ebenezer Smith, our district manager, who follows my report with his report. Ebenezer, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Always is a pleasure being here as your district manager and doing my report. First, I want to say welcome to the new board members and thank you for applying and be willing to be part of Community Board 12 family. I want to excuse myself. I was not able to be with you the other day. I had a previous appointment, a doctor appointment that I need to take care of that in order to make sure that I have a good health to continue working for you guys. The meeting today, I need to give you some information regarding the way we're gonna be meeting going forward. As you know, Governor Cuomo last week, I believe was on Thursday, he lifted all the emergency restriction implemented due to the COVID-19. As consequence, all public agencies meeting which require a vote have to be in person. Everybody who's gonna vote need to be in person. Assembly members, senators, council members, of course, board members. Because this lifted was last week on Thursday, we really did not have enough time to find an adequate room to have this meeting, because all in-person meeting must to comply with the social distancing. It is that everybody has to sit apart, 6 feet, et cetera, et cetera. And as you know that we're gonna reduce the room capacity and on and on and on. Because of that, you know, I cleared with the legal department at the Board of President's office with Adele. So Adele, listen, we have this situation. We may try, but we may not fail. And she said, yes, we are. You just made this explanation to everybody, letting know that the meeting should be in person. According to Adele, the big consequence, somebody can try to avoid this meeting but it's very unlikely because we did not comply with the meeting room. So this means that the committees that are gonna have meeting next month in July, and I don't think anyone gonna have a resolution. This meeting should be in person, or if we continue being on Zoom, there should be no voting. This is clarified. You know, I don't think that it would apply. You know, we really did not have the time. We don't think anyone gonna be challenged this meeting. Nevertheless, I was instructed by Adele to make sure that we mention this talk at the beginning of this meeting tonight. My second point in my report is Con Edison commenced today the full closure of Cabrini Boulevard between 190th Street and 4 Tryon Park in order to do the gas line installation there. The full closure hours will be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday, and from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on school days. This work is scheduled to be completed on August 13, 2021. West 191st Street. A few weeks ago, a resident from 191st Street came to the office and complained and described a very pathetic situation with crimes, small little crimes that really is interfering with the quality of life of the residents there. According to this resident, there is certain vans selling marijuana and other kind of drugs, and people are buying it and then using the drugs in the lobbies on these buildings there. Yesterday, I received again a phone call from that resident of that street. For 20 minutes, he went on and on describing what happened over the weekend. And today I spoke with the 33rd precinct. Again, I need to say that I discussed this matter at the District Service Cabinet meeting 2 weeks ago, and the police is aware of this situation, and they're working on that. If anyone has this problem of quality of life, or with drugs, or firefighters, fireworks, etc., please let me know, because the 34th precinct recommend this morning that the resident should have the number of the community, neighborhood community officers, the NCOs. So please, call the office if you need any help with this matter, because we want to give all these telephone number away depending on the sector that you live and the precinct that you live. And finally, committee chairs, please look at the calendar that we sent for July and for September 2021. Please let me know if this calendar reflects the date and time of your meeting. If there is any correction, please let me know as soon as possible, because we need to send these calendars out to give notification to the community. Thank you very much. This is the end of my report. Is there any question?
Yes, Danielle, you're first, then Aisha, and then Sally, and then Isidro. Danielle?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Ebenezer. 2 questions for you. As always, wondering if there are any updates on the Harlem River Drive light project. And then the second question I have is, I noticed what appeared to be cameras on the 207th Street bridge. So I just wanted to confirm that cameras and tolls are not part of this project. It's my understanding that it's just a restoration of the actual bridge itself. So can you please speak to that?
Sure. I don't have any update on the Harlem River Light because the representative from the Department of Transportation did not come to the District Service Cabinet meeting, but I am following up and it's on the agenda. When I get a little more time after tomorrow, the day of the end of the fiscal year, I will follow up on many issues that I have with DOT, and this is one of them. And yes, the other day I drove over the 207 bridge and I saw something there that appears to be cameras. I'm gonna call to the manager for this project and find out what it is, and I will let you know. Next.
Thank you.
Aisha?
My question is, has the Fort Washington Armory been considered for meeting space? It's one of the biggest buildings that we have in this district, 2 acres wide, and obviously has the arena space. And considering this board has for years considered the access that the community is supposed to have there, I think that we should be a leader in using that space the way that it is intended.
Yeah.
Yes, we're going to follow up. That's a good location. Sometimes, our meeting overlap with their activity, but yes, it's a very good suggestion because it's very large space there.
Yeah.
Next.
Sally?
Yes, my question is regarding the transition when we go back to in-person. I trust we are working on a hybrid solution so that people, members of the public who can't get to the community board meetings can actually attend via Zoom. And I just wondered what the status of that project is, given that those meetings are coming up within a month.
Yes, we have been looking into that because no matter which room we will meet, it will not be enough to accommodate the 50 board members and the public. So maybe only 3-4 people can get from the public can come in. And we discussed about that, and we're planning to continue to have a Zoom. We have our own account. One account is we pay for that, and yes, we're planning to do that when we meet in person, to continue the transmission via YouTube and Facebook.
Right, and also they will be able to ask questions and attend a public session.
That is something that we need to be discussed. I just received an email from the Manhattan Board of President's office that there will be a training on the 15th on the open meeting law, and we can bring all these concerns.
Okay, we really do need to not limit public access, and that includes communication two-way.
Yes, yes. Next.
Isidro is next.
Ebenezer, so thank you so much for your support to the licensing committee and also for the great work that you're doing at CV12. So for September, for the licensing committee, please make a note and I guess do what you got to do to reach out to all the merchants in making sure that they understand that the licensing committee is meeting on Tuesday, not as Wednesdays as we usually meet. Because, you know, in their mind, it's also the second Wednesday. So please make a note that they know that there is, we'll meet on a Tuesday this time around in September.
We shall
Thank
start
you so much, Ebenezer.
July and August. Early notices so they get used to it. Thank you, Isidro. Mary, Wayne, and Steve.
I just wanted to clarify in terms of, you know, in-person meetings for the committees, because there are only a couple of committees meeting in July. So those meetings will be in person only, or will they be hybrid?
Unmute yourself. Ebenezer, you gotta unmute yourself. Ebenezer, unmute.
Yes, I will suggest if you don't have any resolution that need to be passed, I suggest if you want to have it in Zoom, we can have it in Zoom. If there is no voting action at this time.
No, there won't be.
And I don't think it's voting action because need to be ratified in September, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
So I think that you find with your meeting next week on Zoom in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Wayne?
Yeah, Ebenezer, just a quick observation about the use of the Armory for a general meeting. Over the years, we've met in some spaces that are acoustically challenged, shall I say. So we need to make sure we test out the space to see that it works well for a general meeting. And, you know, that's basically just ensuring that, you know, you can hear what's being said relatively well, and it doesn't either echo too much against hard surfaces or that the sound gets lost in the volume. So let's just make sure we, you know, we check it out for this type of use before we actually use it for a general meeting. I know we've used other smaller spaces for committee meetings, but I don't recall meeting on the main floor.
Yes, very good observation. And yes, the acoustic there may be a challenge because of the big space that is designed. Yes, thank you for that.
Steve, last question, Steve. Oh, Gabriela just raised her hand. Steve?
Yeah, I would second what Wayne just mentioned. I think the Armory might not be a suitable space, and I can't imagine using their booming public address system in order to try to conduct meetings there. I think we probably would be better off in a school auditorium where we could easily space out. But my question, Ebenezer, is when we send out the September calendar, will it indicate that the meetings for September will be in person?
Yes.
Okay. We may
Yeah.
not be able to use our regular, and hopefully by then we'll be able to use the regular meeting spaces at the office. I would certainly hope that by September, things will return to normal.
Yes, the September calendar will be sent out in August. Hopefully, we have more information and everything is more clear for the in-person meetings.
Okay,
Yes.
very good.
Thank you. Gabriela?
Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, I'm jumping in the last minute. Ebenezer, I have a question. This is more like a technical question because it's a little confusing. Last licensing committee meetings, which I attended, and when I say we, the neighbors from my building and other buildings in the area noticed calendar, an agenda rather, of a business that was supposed to be in the last licensing committee meeting, and it was not. And it was in a letterhead, it was like the regular, when you post a notification about a meeting, it was in letterhead from the CB12 and everything. And we realized, when we attended the meeting, that actually that business was not in the agenda for that meeting. So I want to know how could this be possible, and if it was a mistake, and if it's a mistake, it's a little concerning, because I don't think anybody can add or erase any business or any items in a particular agenda. So I would like if you can clarify how that could be possible. Thank you.
Which business is that? What was that? We're
talking about Buddha in 190 Second and San Nicolas. If you want, I can send you a picture of this notice. It is still there. This has been a particular business that we have been opposing as neighbors, right? And so imagine when we saw that the business was again applying for our licensing, and that it will be in the licensing committee. We were there, and that day, obviously, it was not in the agenda.
So it was not on the agenda, but it was discussed in the meeting. That what you're saying?
No, it was not discussed in the meeting. What I'm saying to you is, in the door of the business was the notice of that particular business was going to be in the agenda for that licensing committee meeting, and actually it was not.
I think, Ebenezer, what I recommend you do is to reach out to Gabriela, and you start working.
Yes, I will, because we never put meeting, I personally wish Chanel work with that agenda to make sure to avoid this. Let me look into that and get back to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys for.
If you want, I can send you the picture. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Gabriela, for bringing that up. I think it's really, really important. Now we're going to move on to our elected officials.
Yes, thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ebenezer. Our elected officials, who do we have on the floor for their 3 minutes? I know Natalie's there. Is there anyone else from our elected officials?
Yeah.
Chris,
Hi,
Eleazar. How are you? I see Carmen, who I don't know who joined first. So, Chris, you want to go first?
The assembly member can go first.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Carmen?
Hi, everybody. How are you? It's a pleasure to be here with you, and I want to wish everyone a happy and safe summer. And I want to thank the community board for the work you all have done. I just wanted to give a quick report about what our office has been working on. I'm sure you'll hear from the other state colleagues. But as some of you know, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program application kicked off on June 1st. And most of our offices have been inundated with requests for help. The application is pretty cumbersome, and so is the process. But we are helping our community fill out the process. It's again for folks who have incurred hardship because of the pandemic, have lost income, and it also covers back rent as well as utilities. So we're asking folks to reach out to our office and get more information. We're obviously happy to help. We're making appointments for people who call our office to help them fill out the application. There are some documents that are needed, and each application takes between 25 and 40 minutes. So we're asking folks to have patience with that. There's also a business pandemic recovery initiative with $800 million that the state passed in our budget. Those applications and that information will be out soon, and our office will be doing rounds to the small businesses and speaking to different chambers of commerce as well as the bids to make sure that you have the information for those initiatives. And finally, as you all know, we worked really hard to fight and fund the Fund for Excluded Workers, and we were successful in getting that done in the budget. It was $2.1 billion, and the applications will be out in August. We will be having a workshop for our community around how to have access to these funds. And we just want to make sure that people are aware that the application is not out yet. We have heard reports of people trying to scam especially the Spanish speaking and immigrant communities across the city into paying to have the application filled out. So we wanted to make sure that people have the right information. We've posted those things on our Facebook and Instagram pages, but we will also be doing a community workshop on this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 questions, Carmen. Don't leave just yet. And I think starts with Steve, Sarah, or Sally, and then Aisha. Steve?
Yeah, hi, Carmen.
Hi.
I want to say something, but I don't think I'm allowed to at a community board meeting. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Have you heard anything from the State Health Department or the State Office of Mental Health lately about the application by New York Presbyterian to close the psych unit at the Allen Hospital and make various other changes there? Has anything come to your attention on what's going on there?
Nothing official from the Department of Health has come before my desk, but I can tell you that there were some reports that we got that the psych unit never went back up to its original capacity. And so we will be following up with that information, talking with the hospital, but there has been nothing official from the Department of Health. The last time we spoke to them, there was still information that was lingering and nothing had moved forward.
I appreciate it if you would follow up, because you're correct. The capacity of the unit was never restored. And in fact, during COVID, it was dismantled without any notice to the community. And there's no indication by the hospital as to if and when it will ever be restored. So I think that's a real issue, because I believe it's in violation of their Article 28 certificate not to restore that service.
Correct.
Thank you, Steve. Aisha, Sally, Francisco.
Hi, Carmen, how are you? Doing well. So I wanted to chime in regards to the rental assistance program. I'm very excited that there's more resources that are going to be extended to our residents. However, I wanted to raise the concern that I have. I'm seeing a lot of people seeking advocacy for the fact that the current programs and voucher programs that exist, due to the pandemic, the normal people that would be in the offices to support, whether it be applications or whether it be renewals, are now displaced and probably working from home. And that has created a barrier for people to either apply or renew those services. And I've seen people that are at risk of homelessness due to that fact, because the program is not being renewed, and then the program is lapsing, and then their rent is becoming due to that concern. And I've seen it not only from people here within our district or in New York, but also upstate as well. So it seems like a broad problem that's happening. And I just wanted to put that out to you. I don't know what could be done to address that, but
Yeah, I mean, we've been in communication with both the state agency and also the city to try and see how we can build more capacity for helping to fill out the applications. And obviously, if there are folks who you know that are at risk of imminent eviction, for example, please contact our office. We have a pretty good relationship with both NIMIC and Manhattan Legal Services here in Upper Manhattan, and they've been doing great work to try and stop those cases of displacement. So we're happy to follow up on those cases and make sure that that folks have what they need.
thank you.
Okay, thanks. Sally?
Hi, Carmen. Thanks for your report. My question was sort of related to Steve's question. Have you had a conversation with the hospital? Because they not only shut down the 30 beds at Allen Hospital, they shut down 50 at Brooklyn Methodist. So I would assume maybe you and your colleague could sort of get them to do what they're supposed to do. We really need the psych beds in our district, as you know, and I'm sure Methodist, the people that were utilizing those services at Methodist Hospital are equally feeling desperate. So this is a huge crisis. Have you talked to the hospital? When was your last?
We've had multiple conversations, but I haven't followed up with them in a few months. So I will definitely be bringing this back up. I know that myself, as well as the senator's office, have been on top of the Department of Health as well for information. So we'll follow up. We haven't heard anything new, except for that report that I mentioned earlier. So we will definitely be following up.
Okay, great. If you could just keep us in the loop.
Sounds good.
Francisco and Faye, and we'll wrap it up, Carmen.
Hey, Carmen.
Hi, Francisco.
So quick question. I just want to get any updates from the state or the local, regional about any new cannabis, any follow-up with any cannabis legislation as it relates to business.
Yeah, well, there is an Office of Cannabis Management that is working on putting together basically like the structure, the regulatory structure for what the legalization of cannabis in New York will mean. I'm sure that there'll be more information forthcoming. There have been a number of people that have actually reached out to our office. So we have reached out to the governor's office as well to try and get more details. So once we have that, we're happy to share. I think this is one of those topics where maybe we can partner once again and do like a sort of round two of the wonderful conversation that you hosted through the Small Business Committee a few months ago to talk about, what are the next steps.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Francisco. And Faye?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Hello, Assemblywoman De La Rosa. Thank you for, for this report. I just wanted to verify whether or not this information is still going to be, it's going to fly, it's going to be implemented. So I understand that for the fiscal year 2020 on the executive budget, it may provide an additional, I think it's about almost 8 or 10 millions that they wanted to utilize to expand the state early college high school programs. And I wondered or not if you can tell us whether or not it's really going to be effective, if they're really going to approve that. I think it's about like 9 or 8 million, something like that, or 9 millions, yes.
I am not sure, Faye, but I can follow up. I know that there was a lot of work this year to try and bring CUNY up to fully funding CUNY, right? We have a lot of work to do around trying to maintain public higher education free. And there's a huge movement on board to do that and to also try and maintain some of the opportunity programs fully funded. I know that EOP and EOP and ASAP were some of those programs that were actually fully funded in the budget, but I can specifically follow up with you about college. What was the name of the program? College what?
They call it early college high schools. And what they actually are saying is that they are going to provide an additional, it's almost 10 additional $1 million that they wanted to pump into it. And these programs, it would allow a student to jump basically from a start, on college by providing opportunities to earn college credit on an associate degree. I'm sure that CUNY, has his eyes on it, but I think this is really important for high school students because this is going to open up a huge window, you know. So I think this is something that I personally would like to make sure that this happening. So any information on it, I would appreciate it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Faye. Thank you, Carmen.
That's
It's been
okay.
great. Thank you for your patience. Moving on to Chris Nichols and Senator.
Moderator, I
Jackson.
taught early college high school. If I could make a brief comment. Basically what it is that after their daily high school class, students take a course where they receive CUNY credit, and the course is given in their high school. So for example, I taught pre-calculus to advanced high school students when I taught at Manhattan Center. And then what I did was stretch the course out a little longer, gave them more intensive instruction, and they all earned pre-calculus credit on a CUNY transcript for City College before they entered City College.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
Okay.
I think you shed some light in the subject. Okay, Chris.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. Two pieces of legislation that I wanted to highlight from the end of session. The senator passed a bill about nurses and overtime that will fine healthcare facilities between $1,000 and $10,000 for each infraction where a nurse is scheduled to work overtime on short notice, and they would also get a 15% bump in their pay. This is to disincentivize some of the staffing practices that we've seen accelerated during the pandemic. So that hopefully will increase the quality of care that we all receive, because nurses won't be so exhausted, because it'll disincentivize hospitals from that kind of behavior. The other piece of legislation is the Housing Our Neighbors with Dignity Act. It will allow funds to be given toward converting hotels into permanent affordable housing with a 50% minimum for people who experienced homelessness in the past, and an average income in the building of 50% of AMI, which is about $50,000 in our neighborhood. And so that's going to be a great change for Midtown, we hope. And we're really excited to have been able to get that across the finish line. I want to add to what the Assemblywoman said about the ERAP. We're seeing a lot of problems. And so I just want to flag for everybody who has interactions with tenants that there are landlords who are trying to pose as the tenant and get the Social Security information of the tenant and get tax return information from the tenant. Tenants are absolutely under no circumstances required to give that information, nor should they. And so if you hear of things like that, please contact our office, contact me directly. My email is just chris@senatorjackson.com. We're directly in touch with the advocates with Housing Justice for All, and we are strategizing with the housing chair in the Senate to figure out if we can go back and pass legislation to protect tenants from these kinds of predatory practices. We'll also be having a clinic on the ERAP coming up at the end of July, probably July 26th with Palante Harlem, where we will invite people to prepare their documentation ahead of time, and we'll help them go through it all. The small business program that the Assemblywoman mentioned is live. The URL is nysmallbusinessrecovery.com. The $800 million are available now. And so we are going to be doing an event later this month to support small businesses in applying for that. And the last one means a lot to me. Senator Jackson presented a proclamation at the Juneteenth Jubilee about 2 weeks ago, which was a pride party and a Juneteenth flag raising in one. And there were all sorts of honorees, transmasculine and Rose Court honorees, Black and brown, trans and queer people who have built on the work of our ancestors and created community against these multiple forms of oppression. I actually got to meet Laverne Cox, who is a personal hero of mine, and Cecilia Gentili, Sayandora Show. So it was really amazing for us to be able to connect with that community, and happy Pride to everyone.
We're not finished just yet, Chris. You have two questions, so we have more of you. Wayne and Naisha.
All right, Chris. Actually, I have a number of family members who are nurses. Some are my parents' generation, some are my generation. And, you know, some work here in New York, some in Philly and around the country. But, you know, in the medical profession, you know, things happen and they don't always happen on schedule. And I'm wondering how prudent it is to pass a law that, you know, is saying something like you're disincentivizing, you know, changing schedules, you know, with a short notice, because if something happens, schedules have to be changed with short notice. That's just the reality.
That's a good question, Wayne. I think the logic behind the bill, which the nurses union was fighting for with us, NICENA at least, and I think the nurses in PEF were also on board and submitted a memo of support. The basic idea is that this is not about last minute schedule changes. This is about pervasive uses of overtime that is thrown in at the last minute as if it were a last minute schedule change, but is really in order to cover for a labor shortage.
But is that how the law is written?
There's no way to distinguish between those things. And so the idea is these are penalties that will disincentivize that bad behavior. Of course, these hospitals are going to have to pay for the occasional schedule change that has to occur in good faith. And that's the cost of doing business. I mean, the healthcare business is obviously booming, and these healthcare systems, many of them are doing quite okay. So I don't think $1,000 here or there, $10,000 here or there is going to break the bank, but it's going to disincentivize that pervasive behavior because those fines would add up. That's why
I would suggest that, because we run into this quite often with laws that are written, whether it's for this or for MWBE, where the unintended consequences are evident from the beginning. So someone needs to take a look at distinguishing between there's a major accident and my cousin who was joining us for dinner isn't joining us for dinner at all because she cannot leave the hospital, and something where it's pervasisil. So
yeah, why don't we have a conversation?
It's predictable, and someone should make sure the law takes that into account.
Yeah, I'll email you about that. We can have a discussion for sure.
Thank you. Aisha?
Yeah, I would take Wayne's comments a little further just to say, I hope that the unintended consequence is not that it's passed on to the consumer via higher fees, when they're going to the hospital. That being said, my question is in relation to the landlords requesting information. I've had a experience with Presbyterian Hospital where they asked for a bunch of stuff that I wasn't used to them asking for. I got my lawyer involved, but do we have any information about how they're using this additional information that they're trying to get from the tenants? For what purpose?
So the stated purpose, and I believe it's true, is to apply as the tenant, the landlords pretending that they are the tenant and going ahead and applying for a tenant who has arrears because they want their money. And they know the money that they get for the tenant is ultimately going to go to them. And so they want to short circuit the system and cut out the tenant and just do it themselves. The concern is less about what that immediate consequence is, because ultimately it would be a net positive for the tenant if the landlord takes care of it and they don't have to do the application and they get their arrears wiped out. So everybody agrees that's good. The concern in particular for our office's perspective is, okay, well now they have that. And so now they know, for instance, that you have 6 other family members in there, 5 of whom are undocumented than the ones that you say you have. And at some point, if they need to try to get you out, if they feel an urge to evict you, they now have an immense amount of leverage with that information in their possession. So that's the real concern. It's less about the structure of the application, but more about what the structure of the application is enabling potentially in the long term, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Thank you. As usual, always great. A lot of information.
Thank you.
We have the honor to have with us Assemblyman Taylor, which we haven't had in a few months. So, Mr. Taylor.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. On this balmy, Wednesday, Tuesday. I'm losing track of days. It's so hot. Good afternoon to my colleagues. What was that?
This is just a way of saying hi, brother.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It's hot. As my colleague Carmen said earlier, there are a lot of things that we were able to accomplish, and fighting for undocumented to get funding, the $2-point-something billion that was passed. She's very modest because she led that fight to make sure that happened in the wee hours of the night. And there were so many folks that understood it was important for this to happen, but at the same time, because they didn't get something in their district, they were ready to throw it out the window. So that was a fight, and she championed it well. So I wanted to commend her on that. I want to talk about, I think it was last month, we did a spectacular uptown walkthrough with PPEs, and everybody was involved. All the electeds, all the community folks on the local level were there to ensure that we continue to remind people that it's important that we use masks. We're not out of the woods just as of yet. August 21st, we're happy to announce that we're going to have a back to school giveaway at the Armory, and we'll have enough book bags. We're hoping for about 3,000 students from PS 6, District 6 and District 5 that we can bless them, and we're hoping to bring a lot of other good stuff, so stay tuned to that. What else do we have, and how much time do I have to say it in? The legislation was major, was major. Oh, I just did another bill too. It's called Easy Act Vote, right? That will take place next year. And the idea there was to make sure that there are more early voting sites in our district. So the Board of Election cannot say we put one here and we may put one there, but based on the number of people in a particular district will call for more early voting sites. So you don't have to scramble to one place or another. It is the law, and we passed it about 3 weeks ago. So I'm excited about that. And it helps out to take the pressure off of people that don't want to be around a lot of folks, and there's early voting taking place. You don't have to be crowded. That's the whole principle. So it's making voting easy act, which I'm happy to have. I have 36 seconds. And in addition to that, I want to also talk about the fact that I think it's going to be, I don't want to give you the date, but coming up in August, there's going to be a conversation with, and we'll have more, I think this is Francisco, on cannabis and what does that look like. We're going to have the people at the table, and I'm having a conversation with them, with also majority member People Stokes. So stay tuned for that. Did I make the 30?
Don't leave us yet. Steve Simon has a question for you.
Steve Simon has a question for me.
Yep. Steve?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad that both Carmen and Chris are still on the line. Al, the walk that took place a few weeks ago up Amsterdam Avenue was very good, but we need to continue. We can't stop because the vaccination rates in our area are lagging behind the rest of the city, the rest of the state. Our 4 zip codes in Washington Heights and Inwood are just slightly over 50% of adults who have been vaccinated with at least one dose, and adults who have been vaccinated fully in all 4 zip codes under 50%. We need to do much better, and we need to figure out how we can get the word out and reach more people and encourage them to get vaccinated.
Absolutely, I concur, and you know that was a effort with CB12, CB9, CB10, and electeds and grassroots people. We took it there, and we could do it again. It's just that we need the bodies and the manpower to come help. But certainly, there's nothing scheduled for August. But if need be, we can reconvene and make that happen with folks that want to step out and do it. We don't mind doing the work. Team.
Yeah, I would encourage you to do it again in July and do it again in August. We really
Thank you.
We have to do something to improve these vaccination rates.
I would concur, and I invite everyone on the line to step in and say, hey, listen, we're down, let's do it, because it's an undertaking. And I can work you from 145th to 175th, but it's a lot, and it takes a lot of different boots on the ground to pull it together. But I will concur with you. I'll toss it out and see what the feedback is, but certainly let's talk about it offline.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you all. I think I have the person, Sally. You have a last minute question.
Yeah, just following up on what Steve said. Maybe we can do it where you start south, we start north, and we meet in the middle. And I'm sure I can help.
That's good. So we can work it out in the coordinator offline. So thank you. I have Lori. Thank you all. Appreciate that.
Hey, thank you all so much, everyone. God bless you.
Thank you. From Congressman Espaillat's office, Lori Tobias. Is she there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're good?
Perfect.
Okay. Hi, everybody. This past Sunday, we had our 10th annual Pride Breakfast Forum. This was not exactly the pre-Pride event that we normally have because there wasn't the conventional parade, but it was a wonderful event. The congressman hosted Councilmember Mark Levine, Assembly Member Carmen de la Rosa, Randy Weingarten, and other wonderful people who came to speak and show their support. And I'm going to share with you a number of pieces of legislation or proposed legislation and bills that were signed onto that are within the theme of Pride Month. The congressman called on the Department of Homeland Security and ICE to end the detention of transgender individuals. He also voted in favor of the bill to HR 1443, LGBTQ Business Equal Credit Enforcement and Investment Act, to make sure that people who identify as such will have a fair shot at the same business opportunities as everybody else. In the foreign policy arena, this is something called Greater Leadership Overseas for the Benefit of Equality, the GLOBE Act. And this is to endorse the selective use of existing sanctions to punish those responsible for egregious murders of and abuses directed at the LGBTQ population, and therefore the desire to reach these at-risk communities in countries that we are supporting with our assistance. In addition, the Equal Dignity for Married Taxpayers Act, recognizing all legal marriages by modernizing the US tax code to remove gender-specific references to marriage, such as quote husband, quote wife, in favor of married couple and spouse. And finally, resolution condemning the rise in hate and violence against the transgender and non-binary community. On a positive note, he wants a formal recognition that June is LGBTQ Pride Month, and a resolution in 2021 for that to be established. On a more general basis, he is interested in closing the Meal Gap Act, an act whose purpose would be to raise the baseline benefit for all SNAP households, everyone I assume knows what SNAP is, and to allocate more funds to those with large medical and housing expenses, and more bills to enhance the welfare of the LGBTQ
Thank you, Lori. You have a question.
As well as improvements in the Postal Service. I hope everyone has a wonderful.
Don't leave yet. You have a question from Mariel Ali. Mariel?
Yes, thank you, Eleazar. Thank you, Lori, for your presentation. I just wanted to mention, just if you could share a word of thanks to the Congressman for joining the United Nations Association USA earlier this month. At our week of action, the Congressman did join us, and there was a session on climate action, and it was really good to hear from him and to be able to facilitate that conversation with him regarding environmental social justice right here in our own community of Washington Heights and Inwood. So I just wanted to extend my thanks to him for participating.
Thank you very much for mentioning it, and I can't wait to bring it to his attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Lovely hat, Lori.
Thank you very much.
With the Manhattan Borough President's report, Naira Espino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am trying to find out if the Borough President is on her way. Will you indulge us and let her speak later?
As usual.
Thank you so much.
Time she wants to come in. All right, appreciate that.
See you all.
Thank you so much. Going with the public session, Mrs. Domingo. Richard, are you there? Richard Ullman? No.
Yes.
Yeah, you say you wanted to be the first one on the public speaking, and then Barbara Fraser, and then Catherine. Please send me the list, or you can speak out the list so that we can start right away. Richard, the floor is yours. 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ellie. I cherish the words that both Lori and Chris just said about Pride Month. about things that are happening on that behalf, and just wanted to make sure that Community Board 12 did its own acknowledgement tonight. First is to thank two colleagues, Tanya Bonner and Curtis Young, who have quite, in my ear, raised the importance of doing this acknowledgement. I do want to be brief for those of you who have maybe thought less or been less involved in Pride celebrations over the years. It's very much the LGBTQ's community's celebration of itself, of what we've accomplished, of the resistance to abuse that was part of the incident at the Stonewall Inn 52 summers ago. As a matter of fact, I think it's 52 years ago today. And looking at it as a time both to remember that abuse, to know that the strength and resistance is still there as it needs to be, and to celebrate what's been accomplished since then. And as a community, like so many other communities, we probably have our own internal debates where the emphasis goes. But this is a time to remember both how much the LGBT community is a part of our Upper Manhattan communities, and how much we are all part of larger struggles, and how much our colleagues on this board who lead other struggles, who know the battles and the resistance that's important in their own communities, how much we move forward as allies. This community board has made efforts over the last few years to establish an LGBT task force, which I've chaired. We were successful in that effort for a couple of years. That effort is going to be revived this summer, and it's certainly a discussion I look forward to having with colleagues. And I thank you. We go forward together.
Appreciate that. Barbara?
Yeah,
This is, by the way, so that everyone knows, this is the public session, and we just go through the list of people that have signed up, and then the questions are made later. I think that I just wanted to let the new board members know that during the public sessions, they're not questions. They're just the ability of board members and the public to speak out and have an opportunity for 2 minutes to either support or not support anything that is on the agenda. So Barbara, you're the second one.
Yeah,
Before you go, Eleazar, I
Yes.
think it's also useful for us to let the new board members know that during public session, the board members don't speak as board members. So if they are speaking during public session, they're speaking on behalf of some other group or organization, and they will say that, although I'm a board member, I'm speaking on behalf of XYZ, so that there's no confusion. During public session, board members are not the public, we're the board.
Yes.
Great
If
point.
I could make a comment too. The only exception to what Eli said about board members speaking, to members of the public is, let's say they said the street and they never said what street they were talking about. You can ask, what street are you talking about? But all you can do is ask a clarifying question. Anything beyond that is out of order. Thank you.
I'm Barbara Frazier. I'm a member of the board, but tonight I'm speaking now as a member, board member of the Ring Garden, which is a 35-year community garden at the corner of Riverside, Dyckman, and Broadway. And we are very concerned, and we oppose the endorsement tonight of the Dyckman Gardens resolution by the Traffic and Transportation Committee. And I want to make clear, I'm nothing against the Dyckman Gardens, and I think overall it's a very good idea, but the devil is in the details. For example, the resolution concerned not the DOT nor the resolution has addressed the fact of installing two-way traffic again on Seaman Avenue. That's a real Achilles heel. The other Achilles heel is that the DOT plan calls for the private use of the remaining public space in perpetuity. And they said, well, the restaurants would have less use of private space, but don't but do not make clear exactly what that would be. In other words, how much space is going to be allocated for restaurant use? How much will be allocated for public space? The other thing is that this group that would govern the so-called Dyckman Gardens, Inc. is composed entirely of 4 or 5 restaurant owners. It is not composed of a diverse group of interested members of the public. For example, there's no board member of the Ring Garden included. Aaron Sims, who is the head of Inwood Arts and one of the major people offering public programming in the neighborhood, offered to join. He's not been included, and so forth. The other thing is sanitation and security. That has not been addressed. Who will be responsible for that when there's a problem? Who will be responsible? Who
Thank
will
you,
be
Barbara.
responsible for that? Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. So
Appreciate it.
I vote no on this resolution tonight.
Thank you. Sherry Miller? Sherry Miller.
Sally.
Claudia Schaefer, I guess is O'Shea.
This is Cheryl Miller. I was
Cheryl
waiting
Miller.
to be, for it to come up so I can unmute myself.
All right. Good
Thank
enough.
you.
All right.
Okay, I am speaking tonight in support of the resolution that's on the agenda tonight to pass the noise task force recommendations that they have put forth. And I'm asking the community board that you would please vote in favor of this tonight. I just want to say really quick, I know I only have 2 minutes, but the community is sick and tired. And I don't mean that figuratively, I mean it literally. This is a public health noise. Excessive noise is a public health issue. It's not a quality of life issue. It's not a culture issue. It has nothing to do with any of that. People are literally getting sick, physically sick, and people want to be able to sleep in their house. People have a right to peace and quiet in their house. Many of you have children. You like your children to be able to sleep. There's a lot of people in the community that they would like their children to sleep. And unfortunately, their children cannot sleep because they're being bombarded with bombs going off every night. It sounds like we're in a war zone with the fireworks. And this needs to be addressed. This needs to be mitigated. And so I'm asking the community board to please vote on this favorably tonight. I want to give a shout out to Tanya Bonner and to all the members that work on the task force diligently and tirelessly. Please pass this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gloria Shayer. Gloria Shayer.
Hello there. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Hi. Thank you so much. I would also like to make a comment regarding the extreme sound levels that have been in our neighborhood. And first of all, I'd like to thank everyone here for the commitment you've already made and have shown to addressing the severe health and safety effects of the extreme noise in our community. As many of you know, in May 2020, I founded the diverse and growing 1,200 member Facebook group called Washington Heights and Inwood for Respectful Decibel Levels. Last year, the extreme sound levels began in early May. This year, we had street fireworks already in March, and on Memorial Day, 90 people logged onto our nightly decibel poll that they'd been affected by fireworks nearby. The fireworks have continued relentlessly since then. Of course, we've also had the revving engines from drag racing and vehicles with altered mufflers riding everywhere through red lights and on sidewalks and in parks, in addition to stadium-sized speaker systems set up in residential areas. In a bilingual survey, our group collected impact statements from 230 respondents. They shared heartbreaking stories of healthcare workers trying to work 12-hour shifts on almost no sleep, of a woman dying of cancer with incessant blasting noise around her, of a seeing eye dog who was so traumatized from the fireworks noise it could no longer work, and the new seeing eye dog costs $40,000 to train, of children who can't sleep and are afraid, of veterans who attest that the sounds were like in a war zone and for whom the noise triggered PTSD. And I'd like to share a link to the impact statements if I can. I also just want to say that our survey found that 80% of respondents were highly affected by potential displacement, moving or thinking about moving. And of course, many people don't actually have the means to move, and it's a very troubling environmental justice issue that anyone who does not move, and especially those who cannot afford to move, should be subjected to an unhealthy and unsafe environment. And so I just want to urge you and request you as well, from you as well, to continue a commitment to healthy sound levels in our neighborhood, and by extension to invest in our community through a commitment to a healthy and safe environment in which everyone can thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Jose Roman and Mike Fiddleson. Jose?
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Dr. Jose Miguel Roman, and I am, since 2019, I've been a member of the Board of Directors of the United Palace of Cultural Arts, known as UPCA. I come here to speak in support of UPCA's application for a license to sell liquor at our events. UPCA's mission is to uplift, educate, and unite Washington Heights and beyond through culture, the arts, and entertainment. As many of you know, UPCA has played a major part in the cultural life of our community. For example, in March 2021, we hosted the PSIS 187 Film Festival. In August 2019, we proudly hosted the Dominican Day Parade Kickoff, that formally launches the annual celebration. In July 2019, we hosted the New York Dominican Film Festival, the opening night, which included the US premiere of Lo que siento por ti. And for many years now, we have hosted the United at the Palace end-of-year performance by students in Community District 6. We at UPCA are very proud of our 9-year history. It is our hope that the resources raised through this new licensing will provide the United Palace of Cultural Arts the financial ability to significantly expand our programming that we hope will uplift, educate, and unite Washington Heights and all its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roman. Mike Fiddleson.
Good evening, everyone. I am Mike Fiddleson, Executive Director of the United Palace of Cultural Arts. UPCA seeks a liquor license so we can better oversee concession sales during concerts and other large events at the United Palace. For at least the last 15 years, each promoter gets their own temporary permit, brings in their own staff, and runs their own operation, which opens us up to liability and poor customer service. With a liquor license, UPCA will also have a new revenue stream, as Dr. Roman mentioned, helping it to do more community programming. There were several issues raised at the licensing committee hearing a few weeks ago that I believe we have addressed. The SLA does not have an issue with alcohol being sold at the United Palace, which is owned by a spiritual organization. The SLA restricts sales in buildings that are exclusively used as houses of worship. The United Palace has many other uses. If the SLA had an issue, it would have never approved the hundreds of temporary licenses at the United Palace over the last 15 years or so. The organization that is applying for the license is UPCA, a 501c3 independent nonprofit. There are lots of precedent for arts and cultural nonprofits to have a liquor license, like Lincoln Center or the Cloisters in our community. As a nonprofit, UPCA will still pay alcohol sales tax and any other applicable taxes. The police department said at the licensing committee meeting that the United Palace is responsive to local issues and works with the precinct to mitigate traffic and other concerns. They reported no policing issues at the United Palace. I heard from Tanya Bonner about the problem of noise in Plaza de las Americas at the United Palace doorstep. We agree. There are noise issues in the plaza, but the United Palace does not have any jurisdiction over the plaza. It is city property. We are happy to work with the Noise Task Force to address issues there. To be clear, there are already alcohol sales at the United Palace. We just want to bring sales under local control, which will be good for the communities and for UPCA.
Thank you.
For your time.
Thank you very much. Next one up, I'm assuming is Ariel Ferreira and Sheffer Moreno.
Hi, everyone. This is Ariel Ferreira. I'm speaking on behalf
of Picany and Poción. I'm an executive consultant for those two businesses, and we're here to support UPCA in support of their liquor license. It has been an amazing business relationship that we've had with them. We do a lot of catering for a lot of the events that they have there. They always support us, and even after a lot of events that they host there, a lot of the patrons come to our restaurant. So anything that would support the existence, increasing their revenue and increasing the control of the events that take place within their establishment, we fully support. We have had an amazing relationship with Mike. They support us, we support them. And I think us as a community, the community board, and us as community residents and business owners should all support each other. So we're here in support of that. Thank you very much. Just wanted to state my support.
Schaefer Moreno and Jen Briscoe.
They're not here, so we can skip over to.
What was that,
Zadie.
Kathy?
That they're not here, so we can. skip
They're not
over to
here.
Zadie.
Zadie Adams, Charlie Ortiz. Guys, for our board members, there are not questions asked during public session. So if you wanted any comments that you can make or want to make about this resolution, you can't wait until Isidro's presentation to talk about it.
Can you hear me?
Zadie, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are
Good.
you?
Very good.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Last month on May 25th, Community Board 12 took a step towards justice.
Could you speak a bit louder, please?
Yes, sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Last month on May 25th, Community Board 12 took a step towards justice. I want to first thank Aisha Ogilvy for her diligence and sacrifices regarding this matter, and all other community board members who have been in this fight for the betterment of Washington Heights and Upper Manhattan in general. Thank you. I also want to thank residents and other community members who have spoken up about the issue of privatization, underutilization, and mismanagement of the Fort Washington Avenue Armory. The work is not done. A resolution is a great step for recognition, but we know it does not guarantee results. Now it is up to us as stakeholders. With that said, I'm calling on community members at this meeting who need their children or knows anyone who in their family needs access to free mental health, recreational, leadership development, and other betterment resources in this 2-acre building. Given disparities that have been exacerbated in COVID, we know this is really a need, not a want. If the community does not push for this and stay diligent on keeping track of the progress of this investigation, it will not be carried out. We have seen this in the past. We must call on the new appointed politicians to play their role as those in positions of power. We must call on the media to shine light on this so that more community members know and understand their right to this space. This is not about the services that are offered in the building. It is about expansion. It is about equity for various classes of people. Please contact me at zadams@excelgds.org if you are interested in collaboration for mental health or public space. If you are one of those parents or community members concerned for your child, your friends, or your family and see the importance of being able to utilize a space that was originally meant for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Zadie. Next, Charlie Ortiz.
Good evening, all. This is Charlie Ortiz, the founder and executive director of the Washington Heights and Inwood, also known as WIN, Music Community Charter School. Chairman Bueno, I want to thank you, and Chair Fay of the Youth and Education Committee. I want to thank you for having me speak tonight. As most of the folks that know, for about a year and a half or so, we've worked with the community board about a potential long-term facility for our school on 181st Street. And I wanted to just come back and send you an update. We have gone through the DOT, the BSA process, and worked with this board and many others. And we've ultimately decided to go against building our school at that location. And we have secured a secondary location on 162nd, which is moving along very nicely. And I personally think that as I've reflected on the past year and a half, being able to engage this board, the DOT, BSA, and everyone involved, it's been a great example of community working together to do what's best for our children. And throughout that process, we've also heard a lot of feedback from our current families. And one of the things that we're going to be doing in the next year when we go for renewal with the state is asking them to grow into a middle school. Many of our families have come to us and said that because we are such a small and unique school, unlike any other charter school out there, that if we do not have a middle school for our families, then we could be setting them up for long-term success. So I'm happy to hear that our families are enjoying their experience with us, and their children are learning a lot, and they want us to grow. I was hoping that this board would be comfortable writing a letter of acknowledgement to show how much work that we have done together over the past year and a half, 2 years, in getting us to this process. And I know that I'm going to come back and speak to the Youth and Education Committee in depth in September, and I look forward to doing that. And as always, if the full board would like me to come and speak to them, I'm happy to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles. Nathan Wacklow, I hope I said it right. Nathan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Members of the board, I just want to thank you very much for taking the time to listen. My name is Nathan Wacklow, and I'm a volunteer at GDS as a social justice advocate. And over the past, about 3 months ago, in the general meeting of March 23rd of this year, I stood in front of all of you to discuss the importance of mental health services for our community in the time of this pandemic. And today is no different. Despite the success of administering COVID-19 vaccines to about half of New York's general population, the plight of mental health illness and the fight for equity in our community's youth is far from over. And you all at Community Board 12 have recognized this. It's precisely because of this that you passed the resolution for GDS's stay in the Fort Washington Armory over 2.5 years ago in the general meeting of January 22nd, 2019. The Community Board unanimously understood the significance of GDS as a force of positive growth in Washington Heights through both our free educational and mental health-based workshops. Our value has not changed since then. We still believe in our cause and in the potential that we can cultivate in the youth of Washington Heights. It is because GDS is for the benefit and well-being of our community that we fight for the diversification and utilization of all of the Armory spaces. This is especially pertinent considering the Fort Washington's Armory history regarding the inefficiency of the building spaces. As a longstanding issue from the CB12 Youth and Ed resolution on Armory utilization that this very community board started in October of 2014, to the resolution on Armory oversight in May of 2021, the availability of open space is clearly there. And yet despite this, this community board voted in a manner which deprived us of our home for these essential services, as well as our ability to help the youth. As the board breaks for the summer, I'm once again begging you to prioritize our youth and to understand the utility of GDS as you have so many times in the past. Thank you very much for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you for your words. Aaron Pierce.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aaron Pierce. I'm counsel to the United Palace of Cultural Arts in their application to the State Liquor Authority for a liquor license. I defer to the group. I'm really here just to answer questions, specifically legal ones, if anyone has any. I can say in a general note of positivity that the group is fantastic for the neighborhood, great for the community, has been for many years. And the liquor license is really designed to provide consistency and safety and efficiency to lower liability and to make the space more useful for everyone. If anyone has any questions, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, I certainly defer to the licensees and their enthusiasm. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Aaron. Last one is our DSNA rep, Nicholas Circaro.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicholas Chicaro. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Affairs for the Department of Sanitation. So I'm just here briefly to let everybody know before they go away for summer break that our curbside composting program will be resuming in the fall. However, the sign-up sheet to enroll in the program will go live on our website in August. So the way to enroll in the program is different than it used to be, where you can just if you're in a building, you could sign up the building, but if you were a homeowner under or 1 to 3 units, you got the bin dropped off to you automatically. Now you have to enroll in order to be eligible for service. So we're going to be sending mailers out to all residents to inform them, but I know a lot of the boards are going on break and they won't be around. So if there's any opportunity to spread the word, I'll send something around to the community board so they can share it on social media to let residents know that they're going to have to sign up in August when it goes live. I think it's set to go live August 12th. So we'd be happy to partner on any events over the summer, maybe like compost give back or something for residents where we can engage them about the program and let them know about the sign up sheet. So anyone could let me know, but that's all I wanted to say tonight. And I hope everybody has a great summer. Thank you.
Ebenezer, you may want to take his number. Thank you. This has been our public session. We're moving right along to.
I have a clarifying question.
We don't ask questions during public session, Sally. Sorry.
I thought
Sorry.
clarifying questions were allowed.
What would you like to say? I didn't hear you.
I said I thought clarifying questions are allowed.
Go ahead, take a minute.
Okay, I just want to figure out what's the best way to reach Department of Sanitation regarding the composting program and our ability to work with you over the summer to promote it in advance. If there's a group that would like to do so.
If you want to, Inspector, if you want to leave your number on the Q&A so that our board members can grab it and call you if they have anything that they want to bring up to your attention.
Thanks, Ellie.
We really appreciate that. Thank you. The hardest working man on TV, Wayne Benjamin, and his 4 resolutions. If that's not the record, then it's close. And for that, we're going to give you 30 seconds to present them all.
Oh, okay. So not TV, it's a video screen. So there are actually 3 land use resolutions, and the 4th really should have gone to TNT, but I'll get to that later. So the Land Use Committee voted on 3 resolutions. The first one, number A, is a resolution supporting Department of City Planning citywide physical culture establishment zoning text amendment. That's a mouthful. Simply put, in the 1970s, there was a special permit that was created for any gym or spa to operate. And that was done to combat the illegal sex trade that was prevalent in the 70s. The market has changed dramatically since the 70s. The extent of commercial gyms like, Blink and Planet Fitness did not exist then. The demand of local communities for those gyms did not exist then. And also, massage therapists are now licensed and regulated by the state education department the way other professionals are. So the special permit is out of date and it adds expense to, opening these businesses. So city planning proposes to do away with the special permit requirement and to treat gyms that are 10,000 square feet and less like other commercial uses, and gyms that are 10,000 square feet or more are treated more the kin of like larger banquet halls and things of that nature that are permitted only in certain commercial and manufacturing areas. And if they are, noise generating, if they have a lot of heavy weights, they have to submit an acoustical engineering report to show what they are doing to mitigate the noise impacts. The second resolution, Resolution B, is a request supporting a request for evaluation to extend the Audubon Park Historic District. A request for evaluation is literally the formal request that goes to the Landmarks Preservation Commission for it to consider designating either a building or a district to be, historic and landmarked. The current historic district, actually where I live, is called Audubon Park. And when it was designated back in 2009, the community board suggested a somewhat larger geographic area. LPC really didn't focus much on that recommendation. A group of neighborhood stakeholders have come back with extensive research, and they are proposing to extend the district to include a broader range of buildings, including the oldest building in the area, which we've talked about months ago, which is 857 Riverside, the only wood frame 2-story building, and also with distinct ties to the abolitionist movement. The third resolution is another Department of City Planning zoning text amendment. It's called Fresh 2. The original Fresh initiative provided certain incentives to locate grocery stores with fresh produce in areas that are underserved by those supermarkets. Washington Heights and Inwood is already in the program. There are other areas in the Bronx, Queens, and Brooklyn where the program will be expanded to, and Staten Island was not included at all. So the northern shore of Staten Island, which is Community District 1, will be included in the program. And we, of course, supported expanding the incentives so that more communities that are at a disadvantage with fresh foods and produce will have that program at its disposal to incentivize locating stores there. The fourth is, as I mentioned, was not a land use resolution per se. It really should have come into traffic and transportation, but for whatever reason, the request which came into the community board in late May got lost somehow. The borough presidents reached out to land use towards the end of last week on this, and it's very simple. At 600 West 165th Street, the building is installing a handicap ramp to make the building wheelchair accessible. Any construction on the public sidewalk, the public right-of-way, needs a revocable consent issued by the Department of Transportation to allow that construction on the public right-of-way. So basically, the community board, of course, favors buildings being made ADA compliant. The deadline for the community board to provide comments to DOT was last Friday. So this was handled by Eleazar as chair, but for the new members, things like this happen on occasion. And in some cases, there's enough time for the executive committee to act on behalf of the board. In this case, the request came after the executive committee met. So it was handled by the board chair, but it then comes back to the full board to ratify the action. So the action was basically offering no objection to the application for revocable consent to facilitate construction of the wheelchair ramp at 600 West 165th Street. And those are the 4 resolutions. And I see one
Thank you,
hand
Wayne.
from
Danielle is up. Danielle's up.
Yes, quick question. What does it actually mean on a practical level to if a place is designated as a historic district? Like, I guess, what does that translate to in terms of modifications that are made and et cetera?
Well, when like in the current historic district, any work that's done in the building has to get reviewed by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. Understand that historic designation, for the most part, only impacts the exterior of the building, what you can see from the public street. There are a handful of buildings in the city that are designated inside and outside. I believe Grand Central is one of them, and Radio City may be another. But for example, if you're doing interior work, the Landmarks Preservation will issue what's called a certificate of no impact, meaning the work that you're doing has no impact on the architectural integrity. What the designation really means is any work that you're doing on the outside has to be considered so that it is architecturally consistent with the building. It actually does not mean you cannot change things, but the change has to be in keeping with the design of the building.
And then also, just super quick, would there be, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but would there be a reason to not designate a building as a historic landmark?
Well, I mean, the landmarks preservation law, I think of 1963, says that a building or a structure can be designated for its architectural significance, its historical significance, or its cultural significance. And in the resolution that's presented to the board, and it could be any of those, it doesn't have to be all of them. In this case, the proposed expansion of the district has architectural merit, it has historical merit, and it has cultural merit.
All right, does that answer your question, Danielle?
Yeah, I guess I can't recall us ever explicitly defining what a historic district is, and I always wondered that. So yeah, thank you for.
Well, actually, we depending on how old we are, we have when we looked at, for example, the original Audubon Park, actually LPC asked us to help them define the boundaries of the district, because their point is, when you talk about a historic district, it's when do you feel you're in a certain special place? And it's not hard and fast geographic boundaries. It's like, when do you feel that you're in a location that has that neighborhood context, that sense of place? And that's the reason why back in 2007, the community board said, and it's actually in our planning study, if you look at that whole winding strip of Riverside Drive, actually it's the route of Riverside Drive gives the area its unique feel, because it's the circuitous route, and the buildings follow that circuitous route of Riverside Drive. And what the current district does, it takes part of it and it cuts off the rest of the route.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Wayne. Hopefully for the new members, this is a lot of information for you guys to read it at one shot, but just based on the conversations and the way that Wayne presented it, I hope that it's as clear as you can. Next up, we have a resolution.
But I would also say that, the resolution also lays out, in more detail than I could verbally, the arguments for designation.
Precisely. Thank you, Wayne. On presentation from the Parks Committee, resolution on the support of the NYC Parks Department proposed design for Dyckman Rest. Is Liz there?
Liz isn't here, and neither is Daryl, from what I understand. So they both asked me to present on our behalf. Danielle, I see your hand is already up and ready. All right. So, hey, folks. So during our committee meeting, we have reviewed a design by the New York Parks Commission for the Dyckman Rest. If y'all know where that is, it's right off of Nagel and Dyckman, right across from the Dyckman houses, I believe. Right there near the one train stop. So right now, as you can probably picture, if you know the area, it is all pavement and benches. But as the Parks Department has heard the needs of the community and has had multiple public sessions, actually, I think maybe one very massive public session, but definitely have been open for public comment. They've been able to make a really cool design for a very highly populated area that not only takes into account ample space for the many children in the Dyckman houses, including children that are disabled with really good ADA facilities in this space, but also for dogs, people that own dogs in the area, and maybe just some adults that want to chill. So they have certainly kept some space just to hang out and gather as adults as well. Two of the biggest things that came up in our conversation during the committee, asking questions of the Parks Department in terms of certain decisions they made in the design. First and foremost, I think the biggest conversation was around the dog park. There was definitely a lot of support to see if there was anything that the Parks Department can do to bifurcate the dog park as it is now, whereas as it is now, it fits all dogs. But there was a very big want for the Parks Department to separate between small dogs and large dogs, like some of our larger dog parks have, as you know, like in Fort Tryon, which I believe is the largest dog park in the city. But that being said, though, with the space allotted currently there, during the conversation, they weren't able to find, neither was the committee, a way for us to increase the space of the dog park without sacrificing pieces of the playground for the kids, and also to make sure that it is as well ADA compliant as they have designed it to be. So that was the first piece of it. The second point of conversation around this resolution was the addition, thank you, Eleazar, the addition of more spaces for adults to sit. And in that pursuit, we were able to find or make some suggestions on additional places they could fit benches for adults. The Parks Department said they would certainly take that consideration after agreeing that that it would be possible in some of those locations. They will not be coming back to the committee with an updated design because they have basically gone along with our recommendations here in this resolution. Lastly, and Danielle, this might be what your question is about. I believe it was around tables or like chess tables like we see in some parks and stuff. I know that's not currently in this resolution, but I would certainly be open to adding it as a friendly resolution, as a friendly amendment, if you could provide the writing.
Thank you.
I believe in that time.
No, you're not leaving yet. Danielle, question. Can't let you go.
Oh, no, to be fair to me, Nobles, we had already discussed this friendly amendment. So that's
well, yes, with Liz,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're good. But if you want to send me the writing
But
on
that's
that,
my
I'd be,
friendly amendment.
All right.
Yeah, well, just for the group, so everybody knows, we hadn't discussed this during the meeting, which is why Liz had
All right.
suggested me mentioning it here as a friendly amendment. But I thought of the idea of, I've seen in some parks that there are tables where people play dominoes, chess, checkers, etc. So I thought that if it was possible for the Parks Department to include that table for people to play those games, that that'd be great.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I think
So,
appreciate it.
no
So yeah,
accepted.
I can do the language.
Yeah, for the sake of enlightening, enlightening all of us, can you explain for the new members, especially, what a friendly amendment is and what it is that this process meant, so that they understand?
Sure. I'm gonna give it my best shot, but I'll hand it over to Jim
Yes.
Berlin if I crash and fail here. But basically, a friendly amendment means that if there is something that a committee member would like to suggest to your resolution, the chair usually would be presenting this, but they would make the decision to either accept it or reject it upon debate. Correct? Did I get
That's
that right?
it. Perfect. Jim, here we come.
He's the jack.
Just kidding.
On one hand, if you want to be really picky, there shouldn't be friendly amendments. But on the other hand, and I think, things were explained quite well, but these friendly amendments are minor changes, notice the word minor, that make no real change to what the actual resolution is all about. They sort of make it a little better. Anything major, that would be a regular amendment, and that would have to go through a voting process.
Yep. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you, Nobles, Danielle, and Jim. The next resolution down is from the DLTs. Resolution regarding DLT's Plaza on Dyckman Street. David Abadian, Chair.
Thank you, Eli. Just want to say welcome to the new members. I was a little late this evening, so I didn't get to be part of that welcome. And then just in terms of jousting with fellow chairs of committees, anybody with an interest in traffic and transportation, please feel free to contact me and discuss. Tonight we have one resolution we're presenting on the DOT Plaza application and proposal for Dyckman Street between Broadway and Seaman Avenue. So DOT manages what's called the Plaza program. There's a number of this type of plaza throughout the city. We've got, I guess, 3 others in CB12, if I'm remembering correctly. An organization like a 501c3 can apply to be part of this program. In this case, now this case is a little bit different than is sometimes the case, in that this street, as many people know, has been part of Open Streets Restaurants, which is a subpart of the Open Streets program from during the pandemic. So the group that has been operating and maintaining that current open street is Dyckman Gardens, and they are the ones who put in this application for this plaza. Dyckman Gardens is comprised mostly of restaurant owners in the vicinity. Again, since July 2020, this has been part of Open Streets. They applied in November of 2020. Their application was accepted in April of this year. DOT came to us first with just sort of presenting the idea in May, and then came back with a specific design proposal in June. DOT did do various outreach activities connected to the plaza, both via online survey. They were actually physically out there on May 15th and did a virtual design workshop on May 18th. I have a little information which people can see in the resolution about the survey and what people had to say about the idea of a plaza. There was a fair amount of support, but we also heard from various residents who raised the issue of like, is this really going to be still owned by the restaurants in a sense? And this is public space that we are referring to. So DOT has proposed a design that people will find familiar from other public plazas. There will be restoration of a bike lane. It's a two-way bike lane because that obviously got broken. And then as always, and as exists now, area for, I'm almost there, emergency vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. And just as a reminder for organizations that want to hold programming at the plaza, because that is an important thing, then this falls under the city's SAPO system, the special activities permit. So any organization that wants to do some program, community thing in that space can do so through the regular process.
Thank you, Debbie. I have 4 questions for you, 4 hands. Starting with Sally, Tanya, Isidro, and Wayne. Sally.
Yeah, Debbie, I just want to echo what Barbara said in terms of this resolution, which I do not support, both as a community member, as a board member of the Ring Garden. Seems like it's too early. We need to look at traffic patterns carefully and expand the representation of arts and cultural organizations in the development of programming. Barbara had a number of suggestions at the Traffic and Transportation Committee meeting to propose a friendly amendment to encourage or to even require.
Sorry, you got muted.
I think your internet is a little acting up. Yeah, go ahead, Debbie.
I don't know when I got muted, but I'm wondering why Barbara's suggestions at the Traffic and Transportation meeting were not addressed.
Well, if you're talking about the ones about the composition of the board of the 501c3 Dyckman Gardens, that's an existing organization that's been formed to maintain and operate a plaza. They put in the application. If the Ring Garden folks want to try to be part of that 501c3 and be part of the operating group, that's a conversation that you will need to have with that private entity. I do think, though, the one thing that, and it's why I wanted to highlight the SAPO issue, is that for programming on the plaza, which that's an important component of these plazas, anybody, can be holding activities there, and that's going to be a big part of the success. So I encourage people to make those connections. Obviously, we have some fantastic arts and cultural and everything organizations uptown, and a classy group of 501c3s that I think that this, and yeah, everybody should connect and everybody should apply for those permits. And there's some programming already scheduled for the summer, but
in the
our space.
Thank you.
So
Tanya?
so that's why. Tanya?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes. I think I've raised some of this because I happened to be able to be there when DOT was presenting about this. The question, I have some similar concerns, but one of the questions I have is how people made aware of an application do people know that that's a possibility that they could apply and what the rules are. And I just think that in some of that, and I have had an opportunity to work in commercial districts where there was a plaza, and trust me, it is extremely, there are organizations that are able to run those. They have more resources in the community. They have more connections, political connections in the community. And so therefore, they have an advantage in terms of these sort of things. And so I bring this up to ask because I know it's been brought up by others that certain, they would have liked to have other people be a part of this, the people who are going to run this whole thing. And so that's what my question, like how are people communicated? How is this communicated, and how are we trying to equal the playing field to make sure that everybody can have an opportunity, that other organizations and other people, maybe even a community members themselves, can find a way to formulate so they can control the plaza that is in their own community, as opposed to perhaps, businesses that they don't live here, but they have businesses that operate here, right? So, it's a concern, and I would like to know a little bit more about that. And in terms of the programming itself, while it is possible for people to apply, it can be sometimes difficult, to get your programming there. And how are we going to ensure that the programming is, diverse and reflective of the varying interests of the people in the community. Because if this was done anywhere else, people will be concerned. If someone just took a pocket of an area and said, we're going to run it, people would be similar questions. So it's not anything personal, anybody, but it is a concern. And I've seen this play out in other places where it's very unequal and not fair. So I just wanted to express that and ask, what do you know about this process and how people are able to be a part and utilize the opportunity to apply to run these plazas?
All right, Debbie?
It's probably a longer conversation, and there are good questions. I don't know. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of plazas throughout the city, and I don't actually know how DOT, how people find out that this exists. Maybe they see it in one place.
She muted herself. Debbie, are you okay? Well, Debbie? Well, Isidro, I guess we're gonna have to move on until she gets back. No, actually, Steve Simon's presentation.
Yeah, Debbie's on mute.
Yeah, I think she went offline. I don't know what happened to her. And give her a call. Hang on a second.
Eliezer, I have a quick question. I
Yeah,
just sent Paula.
give me a second. Let me try and find out what happened to Debbie. That's not the norm. She would have usually just disappeared like that.
She's back. She just reconnected.
She's back? Okay.
I don't know if we got the licensing minutes. I've emailed Paula and everybody in the office three times already. I don't think we received it, or maybe it was just me.
Apparently, I'll have them send it to you while we speak. I think you have a little time. Debbie, you're back?
Not licensing. I meant the application.
Deb, you're back?
I am. I apologize to everybody. I have been beset with technical issues of late.
Yeah, but
I apologize. So just I would say that, speaking, I think different plazas sort of come about in different ways. I think this one obviously came out of something that was very pandemic specific, that was very specific to that particular place and the presence of like a vibrant group of restaurants, et cetera. And so the people that stepped in and sort of had this ideas, was this group that was operating in the Open Streets program. And just in terms of your question about programming, I would say, DOT stays involved to some extent. Dykeman Gardens has, there's an agreement that's signed between the entity that is maintaining the space and then sort of their obligations. And I think it's incumbent upon us as a community board to like follow how this is going. And then raise things if we see that there's just like, there's some weakness in the programming, et cetera, et cetera. But again, in the main, like I can encourage everybody with ideas to apply for the SAPA permits, as one would do in a lot of other public spaces, because it is in fact our space.
Okay, thanks. If you want to be as specific as you can, because I've noticed in that comments are longer than your questions. So I want to make sure that we get around to and meet the time. You have 5 more questions to be asked. If I'm not wrong, I think Danielle was next, or Isidro, one of the two of you, or Aisha. Danielle, you've already said something. Barbara, you also had asked a question before, so I'm going to give Joelkis Abreu the chance to speak first, as she's the only person that has not said anything during the meeting. So Joelkis Abreu, please, have 2 minutes.
Hi, guys. Joelkis Abreu, member. I just have 2 questions in regards to the programming of this space, right? So
Can barely hear you, Joelkis.
all right, sorry about that. Give me 1 second.
Try a better connection, or we're gonna have to.
Yeah, it's all distorted.
Yeah,
it's all distorted.
Yeah. Joelkis?
Could he maybe get him, put it on the Q&A or get?
Or put it in the Q&A.
Somebody, yeah, does somebody?
Okay, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Oh, much better.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, a lot better, right? Sorry, I had a connection issue. So I had a question in regards to like the programming of this place, right? So of this plaza, is it going to be strictly for like non-for-profits, or is it going to be able? Are you going to be able to be like a vendor? Or is it going to be just strictly like social programming or things like that, or are you going to be able to sell things like vendors or businesses that sell things, be able to do things in that plaza? And my second question is, if I can, is the businesses like involved in these programming? Because you guys might run into issues when it comes to like things that may not be appropriate for those businesses, like music and whatever the case may be, or vendors. What my question is have they been, chimed into the conversation of having that plaza near the vicinity?
Thank you, Joe.
That's a great question. And you were in the right direction. In fact, you can't have like commercial stuff in there. Like it can't be like given to somebody to like make money, so to speak. And there's so there's a lot of sort of rules and regulations of what's okay in a plaza and what's not okay in the plaza. And what I think might make some sense, because I feel like I have insufficient answers to some of these questions, is also that I can share out that information, which again applies to all plazas in the city. They've just actually gone through a slight like modification of those things and how the signage works around the plaza about what's permitted, etc.
Okay, thanks. Barbara, you've already commented on it on the public session, so I'm gonna go with Aisha, Isidro, Danielle, and then back to you.
So first of all, I want to start off by saying I'm going to vote against this, but I would think that there's a word missing in the title of it, because it basically says resolution for a plaza, but doesn't say to establish one, which I think is the point, or something to that nature. That being said, in regards to establishing more of these spaces, I've been a part of a open streets, specifically on my block in the past. However, I feel like, especially because of the pandemic, we are continuing to lose more and more spaces as restaurants expand into the streets. I don't know if that's going to change. I haven't heard much about that. But I have heard a lot from people in the community about the impact that this expansion into the streets is having, specifically on people who do have cars, specifically on people who have concerns with parking. The plaza that is near my home, I fought vigilantly against that, as many of you know. And aside from it being established against the community's will, there have been other fringe effects, including the city bikes being established right around the corner where we were told that that would not happen. And people are falling asleep in their cars, attempting to find spaces to park their cars just so that they can get home. I just want this board to consider that impact that takes place when we eliminate these spaces. There are many people who do use cars, despite the fact that some don't, and it's not without impact. Thank you.
Thanks, Aisha.
Thanks, Aisha.
Isidro?
Thank you, Chair. David, great work on creating this resolution. Just for the record, I'm in full support of this plaza. Aisha, I understand your concern about the lack of parking space. I really understand that one parking space that is lost is the loss to small businesses. Having said that, I feel that this plaza will be open to the residents and most important, our local artists to come and perform. I feel that, and Debbie, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a lack of plaza in our community. A plaza where residents can come, enjoy the performances, enjoy the many rhythm of our diverse culture. And I think that this will be a plus for the community because it's going to expose the rich aspects of our culture. So this resolution, I will definitely vote in favor because I think it's needed in spite of the perhaps loss of parking spaces of some few vehicles. So Aisha, I do understand your concern, but I think that the overwhelming factor is to expose our culture to the highest level. And thank you so much, Debbie, once again for your work.
Have many parts.
Thank you.
And let me just say, and it's sort of, I'll try to weave in both to Aisha's point and to Isidro, is that one key thing is it utilized, and that was a very real concern and continues to be, and I think we're going to need to come back to that in the fall about whether there was going to be utilization at Haven Plaza. The thing about the Dyckman Plaza that I think most of us have observed is how vibrant, how massively utilized that has been as an open street. Now remember, when it's a plaza, it won't be the restaurants in the street space, right? Because that all goes away. But from DOT's perspective and the open street restaurant program, this was considered one of the best utilized and one of the best maintained. And just, I don't often sort of weigh in, as you all know, on sort of how I feel about these things, but I will say that in the worst of the pandemic, and even just walking by a few days ago, that when there's been so much loss and so much hard stuff, to see life there was such a wonderful thing.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Our people have spoken. It is a utilized space, and that's
All right.
What we want to make.
Okay, so unless
all right,
you
so
have,
Danielle
unless there's a question on the floor, I'm gonna move on to just comments. So we don't have to address each and every comment. So if you have a question, please, this is the time. Danielle, Barbara, Leo, and that'll be the end of this resolution.
Okay, so a few quick things. I'm not sure if this is mentioned in the minutes because I haven't received the minutes. I just sent a message to the office a couple times.
Sorry, we're late on our
personally,
minutes. I apologize. Yep.
Yeah, personally, I don't think we should vote on this without the minutes. But my question was really about the organizations that are affiliated or members of the Dyckman Gardens. Like if there's any way for us to know the specific businesses. That's the first thing I want to know. Also, I'd really love the minutes. The second thing that I want to know is does this mean that the restaurants will no longer have permanent tables and sort of like exclusive access? And then I also would like to know when this would go into effect, if this was to become a thing.
Good points, all of them. And Isidro, please correct me if I'm wrong, if you have any knowledge. I think the restaurants in that area include Dykeman Bar and Kitchen, Il Sol, Parkview, Papacito, Satacos, and Cafe Taboo. No, the restaurants will not, quote, own those tables like they, and so remember, the restaurant program is
Louder, please.
Sorry. So no, the restaurants will not have the real estate in the street to the extent, as I understand it, to the extent a restaurant had a sidewalk permit already, that doesn't change. But in terms of the actual street, that doesn't, all that restaurant stuff pulls back. Restaurant program expires, sunsets at the end of this year. And I think that, I imagine it is going to come in front of the community board of sort of what that looks like. And if in a more permanent sort of street access from restaurants, but this is separate. And they're hoping to actually have this in place by September, which is a pretty tight time frame as plazas go.
All righty, okay.
And then the list of businesses.
I'm sorry, I read them. Sorry, I said Dykeman Bar and Grill, Bar and Kitchen, Il Sol, Parkview, Papacito, Satacos, Cafe Taboo.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's right.
All right, so please, questions, comments? Let's just save them for a little later. Barbara and then Leo. And that's
Okay,
wrap it up, okay?
Okay, second of all, I want to clarify, Debbie, as I read it, as the DOT spoke, they said at 5 p.m. tables would come out. I said, how far? And they said, well, we're not sure yet. That's going to be determined. So that's the first thing. That's all very fuzzy. Another reason I opposed the resolution. Number two, Dykeman Kitchens is one of the, part of this Dykeman Gardens group. They have been suspended since January by the SLA for numerous violations. I don't see putting someone who's under SLA suspension as one of the partners in managing this plaza. Absurd. Number three, the DOT said this would be a year-round plaza. I strongly disagreed. I think as a community board, we have to look at that. I don't see that as a plaza in February. Community gardens operate from April to October 15th. I could see that as a Dykeman Plaza, where, as Isidro described it, music, culture, and so forth. But again, I think it should return to parking and ability of community to access through there in the middle of February. And I don't think the community board should endorse it as a year-round place. Those are things we have to look at. The devil is in the details.
Okay.
I think this has not been thought out, should not be supported tonight. I say vote no.
All right. Leo, Sally, and that's it.
Thank you,
Questions,
Eli.
just questions.
Thank you, Eli. Sorry about the minutes. I've been dealing with a personal family issue, so I'm the one that helps Debbie with the minutes, and I, just got back recently from the Dominican Republic, so I apologize and take that responsibility. Just want to kind of piggyback on what Debbie said. So Dykeman Gardens and DOT have both come to the table, provided contact information, and said they're willing to work with any group or organization that comes to them. So it's not exclusively to the restaurants. When DOT showed their plans of the plaza, they showed towards the sidewalk, there's going to be a lane for emergency vehicles, explaining why the restaurants wouldn't have their tables on the plaza. So I think it's good for the community. I'm sorry, I know it's not a question, but I think it's good for the community. When they did their inquiry and their surveys, overwhelmingly, they had positive support from the community surrounding. And that's will be provided in the minutes, and DOT also has that information as well. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thanks, Leo. Sally? Sally.
I have two questions. One is, can you get us the actual data that talks about how it was the most effective or one of the better utilized? Because last year it was massively utilized, but it essentially became a COVID breeding ground because they weren't enforcing social distancing, mask wearing, et cetera. In fact, one of the restaurants was shut down because of those violations. And my second question is, I guess, given the concerns and the issues that have not been addressed fully, what's the rush?
Deb.
I can certainly connect you on the question of, sort of why DOT characterized that as one of the most successful open street restaurants. I don't know the answer. I don't think it's sort of whatever. They had a lot of open streets. That's what they said.
Right.
I don't know that there's necessarily a lot more behind that.
What's the rush?
Okay, good. So Domingo, last.
Oh no, I just wanted to know, Debbie, was there an RFP process, or did the city select?
It's not an RFP. It's there's a DOT Plaza programs existed for I don't even know how long, and there's an application, and a group has to come together that will be willing to sign the agreements relative to maintenance, programming, et cetera, and security. I don't really know a lot about how many applications get turned down, how many get
because I was just interested in knowing.
But it's like not an RFP, it's an application to.
Okay, so
received
so
by the
basically,
DOT.
I could submit an application, close down any street, and just call it a plaza.
You can apply for a particular
Thank
street.
you.
But I'm sorry, and DOT, what happens in between, all this certainly was on a tighter timeline, is like they have to design it. Like there's street furniture, there's changes, beautification changes, there's sometimes changes to the streets, there's all sorts of things. Like there is, while it's not like stuff that's bolted into the ground, there is like a process of that DOT handles in terms of design, but it's a big deal to demap a street. Like it doesn't happen willy-nilly.
Okay, thank you, Deb. Thank you for the patience, and all of you, thank you for your questions. So we're gonna move on to Steve Simon's resolution on the noise pollution issues, almost a public safety issue. Steve?
Well, before I get to the resolution, I would like to give my usual quick update report about COVID-19 statistics for our community. I've already mentioned the vaccination rates in all 4 zip codes are still at around 50%, between 51 and 54% of adults in each of the zip codes who have had at least 1 dose, and between 46 and 49% or so adults who are fully vaccinated. So we are lagging behind, apparently, the rest of the state. The governor announced that 70% of the adults in the state of New York have had at least 1 dose of the vaccine, and so we are significantly below that. And I believe the city is also coming up to about 70%. The city as a whole. So we, as I mentioned before, we need to do a better job convincing our neighbors to get vaccinated. On the upside, the positivity rate for the week ending last Saturday is probably the lowest it's ever been since the beginning of the pandemic. All of our 4 zip codes are under 1%. Zip code 32 is at 0.81%, 8 new cases. Zip code 40 at 0.3%, 2 new cases. Zip code 33 at 0.55%, 5 new cases. And zip code 34, 0.16%, only 1 new case. So a total of 16 new cases during last week, which brings us to 18,383 cases during the pandemic, an increase of 157 cases since we met a month ago. And the number of deaths, 663, 6 additional deaths of our neighbors since we met a month ago. So those are the latest statistics from the city health department. The resolution that we are presenting tonight is is what we consider to be a reasonable resolution to deal with an unreasonable noise situation, which is persistent throughout our community. In fact, Patch reported just this afternoon that 3 of our zip codes are among the 5 zip codes in New York City with the most fireworks complaints made to 311 since April the 1st. And I intend to amend the resolution to include that fact. So the resolution takes into account what the problem is, acknowledges that in recent weeks, various elected officials have stepped forward, including Councilmember Levine, Borough President Scale Brewer, and Eric Adams, State Senator Jackson, Controller Scott Stringer, have announced various recommendations to deal with this issue. And we find that these recommendations are, for the most part, reasonable and sound. They do not rely upon police cracking down and making mass arrests.
Thank you.
They have a number of strategies for dealing with illegal dirt bikes and vehicles, improving the current system for logging 311 calls, and responding to community concerns in general. So the resolution, if I can read the resolve clauses, Committee Board 12 acknowledges the public health and public safety impacts of unreasonable noise and other quality of life issues on the community, and that solutions are needed that will result in the mitigation of these impacts. Be it further resolved, Committee Board 12 Manhattan supports proposed recommendations and plans that are intended to result in a mitigation of unreasonable noise pollution and other quality of life issues in our district.
Okay, you have a question from Jim. Jim?
And be it further resolved, Committee Board 12 encourages continued dialogue about these issues and continued informed, effective, and creative ideas around these issues.
Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, Eli. I'm talking about the next to the last resolve, and then you already spoke about it, but let's see what it actually says. It supports proposed recommendations. What proposed recommendations? We don't know what they are. It's like a pig in a poke. Now, therefore, I think that whereas should just be gone, but we can have something almost as strong if we take the resolve and change it to Community Board 12 Manhattan encourages continued efforts and dialogue, blah, 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 blah. But the resolve that has us just support, recommendations, that's not reasonable at all.
Well, I understand your point. The recommendations are referred to in the next to last whereas, but as far as I'm concerned, the suggestion you're making accomplishes the same thing.
I would be much happier with
no back and forth.
There's not, sorry about the back and forth. There's not sufficient specificity, there. So thank you very much, Steve.
Okay.
Aisha.
So I would like to see language in regards to the impact of noise, specifically from Columbia University, right here on Haven Avenue. Not only because of I don't know how to reference it, but there's 3 towers and there is a loading dock, I believe that it's called, where on a very regular basis, after hours, they have trucks coming, doing either deliveries. The gate makes a lot of noise when it shakes. It's extremely loud. Last night, I think at about 11 o'clock, they had a very loud truck idling there. Sometimes you have refrigerated trucks idling for almost an hour where I have to go outside to say, I cannot even concentrate because they're idling their truck. So I think if we're talking about noise and the impact, that the institution should be held to the same standard where their processes are concerned. But also ever since the plaza has been implemented, the traffic during the day and the amount of honking of horns that takes place here is unbearable. And so I hope that in these conversations, we're also including that as well, and those impacts.
Thank you. Sally, is that your hands been up for a minute? Is that because you want to ask something or not? No? Moving on to Tanya, and then Debbie.
Yeah,
That'll be the end of it.
okay, since Aisha brought it up, I was gonna talk about something else, but I wanted to just respond to her. Yeah, that's a DEP. Definitely DEP should be contacted about that because they deal with buildings and construction and that sort of specific thing. If you are reporting it to 311, that is something for, to know what became of those complaints, because one of the recommendations and from several people has been to audit 311 and look at what is happening with people's complaints. So it shouldn't matter if it's Columbia or if it's anybody, what is happening with those and how are they being resolved. So I don't know if you have, but it would be curious in whether you have reported in what the outcome. Yeah, and I just wanted to say these recommendations that, thank you, Jim, for your comments, the recommendations that you were referring to. These things have been in the news. I mean, Gail Brewer sent a letter to the mayor outlining the recommendations for dirt bikes specifically. Things have been published, about things they're saying. There's a lot of similarities. Basically, people, want to have a hands-off approach to this and figure out ways to, because at the end of the day, what this is saying is that we need to, this is affecting our community in really negative ways. Like, people, we can't take lightly the impact. There was a woman killed in Lincoln Center area, supposedly by someone on a bike. There have been people burned out of their apartments because of fireworks. This has affected real people. I can't even say how many people contact me, veterans, people with young children, all kinds of people, really at the end of their rope about what to do. We can't discount those people and take that lightly. This is a serious issue, and we wanted to say that we want to address, as a community board, we should listen to our community about what they need. Thank you.
Thanks. Debbie, Wayne, Joelkis, and then we'll move on.
Just to echo Jim, but with a slightly different, maybe proposed solution, that resolve that sort of says, like, we support this stuff is out there, like, this is our resolution. It needs to be more specific to my mind. So if we just want to reiterate that we are referring to the things that are mentioned in the whereas about current solutions relating to 311, relating to fireworks, relating to dirt bikes, but it's too vague. It's just too vague right now to my mind. And if we're supporting something, then we should say, even if it's as loose as that, we should say it. I also think, and feel free to ignore this, that, Patch just put these very, very clean charts out about contextualizing how many more complaints on 311, actual data, actual numbers in the CB12 zip code. So it wouldn't be bad information to include in the resolution.
Thanks. Short and sweet. Wayne, Joelkis, and wrap it up.
I think Joelkis was before me.
Yeah, I think Joelkis was first and then Wayne.
Yeah, I think Joelkis is before me, Eleazar.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, mine is going to be brief. I just want to know who's in this task force, and what is their authority, or where who is organizing the task force? Because obviously I'm a new member. I want to know who's in it. Just to be brief.
I think.
Sure, that's a question for me. And I'm happy to answer it. Yeah, the task force actually was formed. Community Board 12 held a public hearing last August, on August 4th, 2020, which had hundreds of people attending. And, it came out of that, the community members, I suggested a task force because at the time I was thinking, why don't we just bring all these people together, whether it's, elected officials, city agencies, community members, and any other stakeholders, and just try to figure out what to do moving forward. But the community really wanted it to be community led. And so what happened was community members basically, got together and organized, and the task force itself. And so from there, it just happened. And community members chose each other, and so from there we do. The members are. I gave some presentations and you weren't there, obviously, because you just started at a lot of our committees, actually. So thank you to everybody who allowed me to give that presentation. But the task force itself is made up of we have small business owners on it. We have people from representing schools. We have people who represent the elderly. For example, our chair of the Committee on Aging is also a member of the task force. We have people from the Columbia University School of Public Health who have been able to give us some more of the technical, more academic facts in terms of the impact of noise and different decibel levels and things like that. Has been really helpful. And the task force has been meeting since last November. And they've met with community. We've met with all the various city agencies that would be involved in enforcement, and we've met with elected officials and others. So
thank you so much. Wayne?
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, on an individual basis, I mean, we can have resolutions that address noise from a particular building or a particular business, or in my case, a particular bus line. But let's be really focused and let's be really real on what the issue is that this resolution is addressing and what Tanya's talking about. There's pervasive noise from fireworks, from street bikes, all hours of the day and particularly night. I mean, last night, I don't know what was going on at midnight. It sounded like there were bombs going off. So that's what this resolution is focused on. It is not new. As Tanya said, a lot of the emphasis of the justice came out of last year, which was absolutely crazy. And I shudder to think what 4th of July is going to be like this year. So that's the focus of this resolution. It's not that I hate the BX6 at midnight, the noise it makes, or a particular building or particular business. It's the pervasive noise throughout the neighborhood that is a public health menace.
A public safety issue.
Well, to me, the Haven Avenue issue.
Wait, we're gonna say that. Wait.
My point is,
let's keep the order here.
Really focus
can you finish?
On what is on the table with this resolution and what is going on throughout Washington Heights and Inwood, and don't take your eye off the prize.
Thank you, Wayne. So thank you for your comments. I'm sure that the fire department and the fire alarms and the ambulances will be included in the resolution. We have the loudest fire department alarms and ambulances in the world by far. So maybe they should be included as well.
No,
Isidro?
They're not included in the resolution.
They should be. Isidro?
They serve a public purpose.
Well, but they're louder than anywhere else.
And then there's a reason for that.
Isidro? Isidro, where did you go?
Jump in, come back to him.
Gonna leave him last if he doesn't come back. Isidro.
Can we return back to him?
Give him one last chance to come back.
Eli is here. I see him on the list.
There you go. There he comes.
Well, I guess it's my turn.
Yeah, your turn, brother. So go right on.
Very well. So for licensing, we met last Wednesday. We had 15 licenses, 4 which are being withdrawn at the meeting. So for new members, you're not going to vote on agenda item number 9, 10, 12, 15. Again, you're not voting on agenda item number 9, 10, 12, or 15. You're not voting on those because they have been withdrawn at a committee level. Chair, so for the rest of the licenses, as you know, we have not passed recommendations or applications that required approval by the committee if they lack the public notice, not posted, and or not submitting all proper documentations to a licensing committee. Having said that, there are some comments about one particular license, which is United. I took some notes, and I also noted some concerns that I received after the meeting, and it deals with the type of license for United Pilots. They are requesting a cabaret license, which means that this type of licenses are given to places that specialize in music activities. There's also a question about the capacity of this license. That's over close to 4,000 people in attendance, or 35-65. Huge number of attendees that might be drinking all alcohol at the same time. The question that we have presently is whether or not this is a place of worship, a nonprofit, both or none. The question is whether or not we're going to approve a license that is close or part of a place of worship. And if that's the case, usually we don't grant, or SLA would not grant this type of licenses. As you know, United Palace has been landmarked. A agency was created separately from the Board of Worship, and that's where all the confusion lies. Very prohibitively, they're asking for the method of operation to close at 4 o'clock in the morning on a daily basis, meaning like 7 days a week. They'll close at 4 o'clock in the morning. And again, the capacity is the big problem. The other issues about local promoters not having proper access to the United Palace. They have been complaining about promoters having to pay like really high fees to promote the concerts there. There were some concerns about the United Palace Board of Directors not being truly diversified, even though there was a member that appeared to be a person of color that came before the board on the public session. We don't know that. There's also concern about the administrative level on how United Palace has not properly staffed itself with a diversified group of people, including minority and locals, and also how United Palace has hired people mostly to do security guards and maintenance work at United Palace, and that's as high a level as some people of color will get. There's also concern about the impact that this will have on the local community of about, having 30-something hundred of people drinking at the same time. Something that was said about SLA would never have granted a license to serve alcohol at this premise. They would not have granted the license to United Palace if they are a place of worship. The reason why alcohol is being served at United Palace when there are concerts is because that is a catering license, meaning that someone will come outside United Palace and be able to sell, to serve and sell alcohol there. Once again, a place of faith or worship cannot sell alcohol. That is unique. So there's a lot of confusion about the relationship between United Palace as a place of faith and this new cultural art that has been created by Mike Twitterston. So at that point, I'm going to open up the floor for questions. But again, there were no stipulations because the question was called, and we couldn't attain any level, any type of resolutions. So this is a very large license, and it needs to have the input more broadly from many other stakeholders in different issues. We have not passed resolutions that were of concern to the community. And in some cases, we have licenses that had been killed or not approved, even after the client comes 3, 5, or 7 times. So we hope that, that there are some ways that they can come back and perhaps, ask and answer the questions that need to be answered by the residents. But at this point, I'm going to open up the floor for questions.
Thank you, Isidro, for your presentation. I'm gonna again give an opportunity to those who have not spoken first. Any of the new board members, you'd be more than welcome to have you speak. We'll give you a first shot at it. We don't want you guys to feel like only the same people speak over and over. We want you guys to be included in the conversation as well. Okay, so I want to see some of your hands as well. And please, if you're making comments, we're gonna keep them at 2 minutes. But if you're gonna ask questions again, be more than happy to have you ask your questions directly towards the resolutions. It's already 9 o'clock and we have other people that whose times we want to respect. So we're gonna start with, you see who hasn't said anything. Robin Cruz, you go first. And then Bruce Robertson.
I have a comment. Also live around Palace, and it's crazy around nighttime and the weekends. Imagine we have a Palace with 4,000 people in there. How are people gonna, sleep to go to work on the next day? Also, it's gonna be a lot of work for the police officers. Imagine how the city is right now. The city is crazy. More people in there is gonna be a chaos. So I don't think that we can grant it licensing to the Palace at this minute. That's my comment.
Thank you, Robin. Bruce Robertson.
So my understanding is that the events that take place at the United Palace Cultural Arts are not going to change. It's just going to make a difference that the Palace has its own liquor license so they can make some more money to pay their overhead, and that they will participate better with Tanya and her noise group to maintain whatever controls they can over the plaza. But business as usual is not going to change. It's just whoever has the license to serve the liquor. So once the Palace gets the liquor license, why are you saying that they're going to have 4,000 people there? They don't have 4,000 people there now. What difference does that make? I totally endorse what?
No, wait.
I'm sorry.
Just finished.
And also, with all due respect to Cedro, you're bringing in issues about the management of the Palace Cultural Arts, which I believe are totally irrelevant to them having a license or not. They're separate issues. So I said my piece and I endorse, I object to your resolution to deny their liquor license. Thank you.
Okay. Next, Maria Luna.
Good. I'm on mute, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll be brief. I agree with Bruce Robertson. I mean, this is getting out of hand. The United Palace has been there for years and years and years. Some of us that have grew up around here went to movies and concerts and things like that. We never have 4,000 people. We never have, this number of people that will annoy the people that live in that vicinity. I think that we have to differentiate between the church activities and also between the activities that Mike Fittleson is talking about. Because if we are talking about denying licenses, liquor licenses to people in the community, we wouldn't give licenses to the restaurants across the street because there is a church across on 175th Street within the United Palace. I think that we are getting a little crazy about the thing. I will vote against denying the liquor license. We need the United Palace around here. We have seen so many great shows, including in the Heights that happens last week. And people were so, excited about it. So instead, I think that we are wrong if we deny a liquor license to the United Palace, as they have explained to us how they're going to run the place after they get a liquor license. Thank you so much.
Maria,
go ahead.
Surprised on how you are supporting this large license when you yourself many times have killed many small businesses licenses, and they also should have the equal respect of your attention in supporting some small businesses. For you to support this license, and you have every single right to do so, it just surprises me that now you support of one large license. I'm very, very.
I agree with you.
Maria,
Mr.
Maria, wait. Shut, mute everybody. Just mute everybody. Just have a level, level playing field. Everybody makes their comments. There's no need to get engaged with one another. So are you finished, Isidro?
Well, I need to, I need
Maria,
to.
no, there's Maria. If you made your comment, then we're gonna have to move on to the next person. Let me get someone who has not spoken.
My apologies.
No problem. Mr. Simon. No, Domingo.
I think some valid points were raised, even in regards to like how other individuals have certain voting patterns, and all of a sudden you have a license of this magnitude, and it seems like this one's okay, which I think is very concerning. We have to maintain a certain level of consistency, and I think it's important to note that. My question is it possible for Mike to be able to respond to some of the issues that Isidro raised? Because I think they're very valid. And I think it'll provide more clarity as to, at least for me, whether or not to support this application.
According to our procedures, when a licensee is brought up, the license at this particular discussion, they are allowed to participate in the discussion. So it would be appropriate for Mike Fiddleson or some other representative to speak on their behalf at this point. Oh, yeah, I did unmute myself. Good. Yeah. So he can speak, and it would be appropriate because he can answer questions very well.
No problem, but I have to move along. Nobles.
Thank you. And thank you for the backup information there, Isidro. This is an interesting one. Look, I do think that there are, some definitely issues that should be discussed that you brought up, in terms of definitely transparency around the board, the equitable nature of some of the promoters that they bring in. But after having conversations with you, reading the minutes, going back to the recording as well, because this is a big one. I really wanted to make sure I do my research. I'm kind of with Bruce here a little bit. I feel that those issues are separate from our remit in terms of approving or disapproving a liquor license here. Again, though, I do want to say those are things we should certainly look into. But for a liquor license, with that responsibility among us here, I do also see a lot of the good works that United Palace has done in the area over the years. And I just don't see, at least for myself, approving or voting yes. I'm going to go against this particular resolution because I am in favor of United Palace having a liquor license. But again, Isidro, I do appreciate you bringing up some of the issues. I do think that we should look into that, maybe in other committees, business development certainly being one of them. But from a liquor license perspective, looking at things agnostically and separately, I'm against this particular resolution of objection. And I do want to ask, would you be open to a friendly amendment to change this to in favor?
Yes.
Not going to happen. All right, had to ask. You got to give it the old college try, Isidro, but thanks, man.
All right, buddy. Jay, Ozzy, and then Jay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Isidro, how is the 200-foot rule apply here in this issue with that application?
It's hard to say because this particular space cannot be separated from United Palace because it's a landmark. And the question becomes, even if the license is approved, how would that affect the part of the United Palace that is considered to be a place of worship? That would be a direct conflict with what the SLA stands for when applying the 200-foot rule.
Okay. Next person. That hasn't spoken. No, I can't go back around. I have to give people chances.
No, it was Jay Mazer who hadn't spoken.
Jay Mazer. Jay, thank you.
Yeah, well, first of all, there have been concerts where people in the number of about 4,000 have attended that. And if we're granting them a license which allows them to stay open till 4 o'clock in the morning, with an indefinite number of people allowed to attend, this comes very close to being a noise pollution question. So that I don't think the rules that apply to everyone else should be exempted from this actually very fine institution in our neighborhood at all. So therefore, based on the presentations I've heard, purely on the merits of this question, as opposed to the other important questions which Isidro presented, I think the licensing committee should be sustained on this point.
Okay, Jay, thanks. So we're gonna start with the people that spoke last. The last person that spoke is here, so Sally. Actually, and then Aisha.
Okay, I just want to reiterate my support for them granting this license. As Bruce eloquently stated, this is the only change is that they will be able to bring an operation which they have to outsource now in-house, which means that they will make more money, which can be put back into the community through more performances, through expanded educational programming, et cetera. And it also, we already know, as was eloquently stated by one of the restaurant representatives, that the restaurants do a booming business when there are events going on at the United Palace. I also want to address very quickly, the other economic benefit is if they are doing this themselves in-house, not only do we get the consistency, et cetera, but we also get employment opportunities for people in our community. I wanted to address a couple of things. Robin, you were concerned about the noise, et cetera. That's an issue with the plaza. That's not an issue with United Palace. Also, the police, I have never heard a more glowing report from a policeman on how it is to work with an establishment. He basically, United Palace contacted.
Thank you, Sally.
Can I say something, Sally, please?
No, wait. No. We're gonna continue on with the questions. So comments, please keep them short.
Okay. So I just lost 55 seconds, whatever.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, the police spoke, they said that when there's any event going on at the United Palace, they're contacted in advance. They have their own security, they hire additional security. They have never had an issue with United Palace. I also want to get back to Isidro on the church versus cultural institution. This is the United Palace of Cultural Arts. If there's an issue with the 200-foot rule, as I understand it, the church can, which there won't be, but if there were, the church can say, no, this is something we also support. It's not a blanket denial.
Okay, now I have to move on, Sally. Aisha, you got next.
Well, first I have a point of information question in relation to if enough people vote in opposition to this opposing vote, does that then make it a supporting vote is my question. That being
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Thank you. That being said, I was a part of a team in this community of mostly people who were raised in this community, went to school in this community and love this community, that ran a program for almost a year there before this became the United Palace. The work that I've seen Mike Fiddleson do and the rest of the team there to revitalize that entity in our community, to provide cultural activities, events, educational opportunities, just a great time whenever you step in the door to experience the things that are going on there. The capacity of the building is 3,300, so we've never had 4,000 people there. I know 3,000 comes a little close, but I don't see it as a source of molestation when events are happening there. I think that the staff there takes great care in considering the broader community when they do have activities and events there. I'm in support of this resolution. I would like to see the work of the UPCA continue in our community. And we all know that funding is a part of that. And I don't think that having, access to, the same way other events have, the same way the Metropolitan Museum at the Cloisters, when they have events, they have wine and liquor when they engage us. I think that the UPCA should be afforded the same. And in this case, the church is actually the entity. The owner of the United Palace is seemingly one and the same as, if correct me if I'm wrong, Mike. And I've had long conversations with Ike Cotter, who is a pastor, who is very community and grassroots oriented and is about the betterment of the community.
All right. Thanks, Aisha, for your comments. Next one is Tanya.
If this resolution passes,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It will mean that this will close at 4 o'clock in the morning, and every time that we have brought up a license that will close at 4, the entire community will get enraged. And it's not fair that for this community to close at 4 o'clock in the morning on a daily basis should not be accepted. It's something that should be thought about, because many of you complain. You don't live in the area. You don't know how 3,500 people are going to react after an event. So out of respect to the residents that live in the area, we should be careful on how we vote on this particular resolution.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Can you start my 2-minute clock, please?
Sure. Go right ahead.
Appreciate it. First of all, I wanted to say there's one thing I want to say first. I think we should be hearing from United Palace. I don't think that's equitable when we're discussing something that we're not hearing from the people themselves. That is not the way I like to do business. I myself, and I agree with Domingo on this point, that I would just like to hear, it would help me to hear from them, to respond to the concerns that Cedro has brought up, others have brought up, and anything else, because this is how we should do business. We can't silence people and then talk around them and over them. And it's like, what are we doing here? Can we hear from the people and let them say something in their behalf? Or what is when we've allowed it in other instances? I can tell you that. I've been here, so I know. We have allowed people to come in and defend themselves. So that's one thing. So and the second thing is, I also was concerned about the noise, right? So the first thing when I heard that this was on the agenda was like, oh, this noise, like this is a problem. I don't live right there, but I go there often and I do hear it. But then when I realized that, once I understood and was educated on who actually runs, that it was the plaza, that the plaza is what I'm referring to, that has nothing to do with the United Palace, that educated me. And I think there is sometimes when we put things out there, we're not clear, and it's not clear on what is actually the case, and people make decisions based on half information, right? And I was going to be one of those people, and I'm literally the one talking about noise all day, right? So I'm just saying, like, these are separate issues. The issues that Isidro brought up, I agree that, maybe that's something we should, talk about, but it has nothing to do with this license. I want to know more about who the community members, what are their concerns? What were some of these specific concerns? I guess this is a question directly to Isidro. What are the specific concerns? And can we please hear from the people? Can we please hear from United Palace?
Thank you, Tanya. Okay, so the last.
United Palace had their time to speak in public session. So they have plenty of time to bring the point. They also came to a license committee. So what you're saying that they didn't have time to address this committee is completely wrong, because they had the time in public session.
I didn't say that they didn't have time. I said that I didn't go to the licensing committee meeting.
There's no response.
A lot of people didn't go to the licensing committee meeting.
There is no response in this part of the conversation. Next is Era Santiago, 2 minutes.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I have a point of order.
Go ahead, Jim.
Numerous times when we have discussed liquor licenses during the discussion of the liquor license, and I said this before, the individual proposing the license has an opportunity, as Tanya and several other people asked, to explain themselves during this session now. So I expect you right now to call on a representative, probably Mike Hiddleston, but whoever they wish, to answer some of these issues, because we are treating them unfairly, and that is not what our rules require.
James, they're not in the meeting. So why do we have to go out of our way on people that are not in the meeting?
Exactly.
Wait. No. I have another point of order now, because this is very significant. Committees do not run this board. The board runs the board. The board can overrule committees whenever it wants, and we
Well,
can
we're convening.
discuss whatever we want concerning the committee's resolution. So I don't want to hear that, they should be allowed to talk now, assuming they are present. End of
Okay,
discussion.
so I got your point. So let me run this meeting. If Mike is not there, we're gonna move on with Era Santiago, who's the next person who's gonna be asking her question. Is he there? He's
Mike
not?
is present, yes.
Mike is present.
Okay,
And so
so
is the, so is the
So we have
council.
to uplift him to be a participant.
let me allow to properly try and run this meeting, please. Era, go ahead before Mike gets in. I want to get everyone's to opine and give their comments, and then I'm going to have Mike speak on every single one of the comments, and then Isidro will speak. That's the way we're going to do it. Go ahead, Era.
Okay, thank you. So I have 3 points regarding this. One of them has to do with the 200-foot rule, 200 feet rule. I was looking into it, and I'm a little confused how this would apply here if there's establishments that are within 200 feet of the United Palace. I would think that if we had already established that the United Palace was a place of worship and you cannot have any liquor licenses issued within 200 feet, then we wouldn't have those establishments nearby. So that was one take. The second one is when I'm looking at the United Palace, especially like the cultural, the role as a cultural institution uptown, I think it's so important. When we look at cultural institutions, we have to look at Lincoln Center. Why do they have something down there? We don't really have anything here locally. And so I really want to support that. But then when Isidro commented about let's be consistent when we oppose smaller businesses, right, that really need revenue when they want to open until 4 in the morning. And I'm actually usually one of those who opposes this because I don't love the idea of having businesses open until 4 in the morning. So I'm curious, is it too late in the stage procedurally to maybe amend it so it's not open to 4 in the morning every day? And this is my question, just out to Isidro or anyone who can answer it, because it does concern me to have 7 days a week open until 4 in the morning, whether that's even necessary and whether that would be good for the community. Thanks.
I agree with you.
So to answer your question,
Smiley face.
I'm open for tourism to come uptown. That's my job. That's what I do for. And to have small business benefit from this license, to some extent, that would help the greater community. But this is not the Lincoln Center. The problem here is that unlike Lincoln Center, there isn't a place of faith right next to this establishment. Lincoln Center doesn't have a church next to the establishment. Lincoln Center doesn't have a nonprofit that runs 100% a liquor license. We have some nonprofits that do have liquor licenses, but they are registered within the city of New York to pay taxes. The question is whether or not United Palace is a church or not. That is the question. That is something that SLA will answer. We don't have the answer to that, to be honest with you.
Same building.
So we cannot answer that question at this point because we don't know if SLA will consider United Palace as a church or not, to be honest.
Thanks.
And as far as like the amendment is concerned, I would not take that as an amendment because they will have to come to committee to make sure that we digest all the issues that are affecting that particular area.
Thank you. Next, let me see if anyone has not spoken. Faye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it's very brief. I just wondering if, throughout all this confusion, whether or not they should have a license, if this is something that can be in consultation with City Council, because ultimately, probably we can learn something from them or from the charter. I don't know, just a thought.
Thank you.
Mike has joined. He's put into the.
Yeah, I'll take care of that.
Sorry. I just want.
No problem. Thank you, though, Tanya. I'll take 4 more questions and we're gonna move on. Liz Ritter hasn't spoken. Liz Ritter.
Liz, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, good 2
Hello?
minutes.
Sorry. So I think that this is an unusual circumstance. This is an unusual application. But one of the reasons why I support this application is that if there are promoters that are selling alcohol in the course of some of the events that are being run by the subsidiary corporation of the United Palace, that is the for-profit arm, they don't have the kind of care and concern and local control that the United Palace would have itself if
Hey
it's
Liz,
the
I
one
think kids are getting
selling
shot.
it's fireworks. They don't, if the United Palace holds the liquor license, they have control over how liquor is sold and distributed. And I think ultimately the United Palace has much more concern for the community and is going to be maximally thoughtful in how those sales proceed in a way that a caterer that comes in for this or that event is going to be, not quite as consistent. So I like the idea of community control by a community-based entity. I think that's ultimately going to be better for the community, given that these liquor sales are going to be happening in any case when there are concerts and other similar types of events.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A couple of more questions or comments. Jim, you've already spoken. Leo, Danielle, Steve. I guess the next up is Barbara.
Hi, yeah, my question is, what kind of event does the United Palace have that goes till 4 a.m? Because since it's a big auditorium, it's not really a dance floor. It's not a nightclub for dancing. What kind of concerts does it have where people are basically sitting there till 4 a.m? And what kind of crowd does that attract? So that's for Mike.
Well, Mike will answer once we've all completed our comments or questions, all right? Steve, Simon, and Danielle.
All right, I have a few comments to make about this application, but I also had questions about two others. So maybe I can come back after we're finished dealing with the United Palace. First of all, I want to say that we should not mix the fact that the United Palace has been designated as a landmark with this issue. They are completely separate. One has nothing to do with the other. The fact that it's a landmark building does not mean that it can't have a liquor license. Now, but saying that, I would still feel much more comfortable if I could understand the relationship between the UPCA and the church itself. And I would certainly be more comfortable if I understood that there was a clear wall of separation between the church and this nonprofit, and that the church would not benefit from the liquor license or make use of the liquor license in any way. That would be a
We lost you?
He's
Okay.
on mute.
All right, Danielle.
And
Last.
let me
Danielle, okay. Yeah,
let me
finish, please.
I have been in the United Palace when it's been filled to the rafters, when there have been some major concerts there with the Allman Brothers, Neil Young, some major rock acts. And what I don't understand at this point is when there are some major concerts of that nature, are they done under the auspices of the church, or are they being done under the auspices of UPCA? And who's getting the revenue from those concerts? And would the concession serve those concerts in the future? So I do have some unanswered questions, and I'm most likely going to abstain on this item because I don't understand the whole situation.
Thank you, Steve. Danielle, you had your hands up. You're the last one before we go to Jim, and then we'll move on.
Okay, thanks.
Ms.
So
Dunn?
I want to three different items. So first, this one that we're talking about, number 14, the United Palace. I also don't feel like I know very much about the revenue and where it goes. And when they spoke before, they had mentioned that maybe they subsidize or offer certain nonprofits free programming. So I would just like to know what percentage of programming is completely subsidized or free. For number 11, I would like to know what the alteration is for the liquor license. And then for number 2 and 8, the committee is objecting to the license. But it says that there have been no 311, 911 calls at all, and that the police department actually don't object to either of those two businesses. So I would like to know, and I know that they didn't file that they didn't show up and that they didn't file their questionnaire and post, and that the committee automatically votes no to any business that doesn't follow all of those protocols. But I would like to know, if possible, how many years both of those businesses have been open, since, again, the NYPD says that both of them have been running smoothly and they don't have any objections.
Thank you, Danielle. So as far as like agenda item number 2, that place has been closed pre-pandemic. So the fact that an application was sent and no one came to answer the questions, there was no questionnaire sent, and there was no public notice posted, the committee decided to vote against the license. On agenda item number...
Sorry, how many years have they been in business is my question.
I'm sorry, what was
That's
that?
my question.
I didn't hear that.
I wanted to know how many years they've been in business, but I guess you're saying that you don't have that information because you don't have the questionnaire.
Right, but offhand, because I know that establishment really well, they have been active for at least, I'll say like 7 years, but they shut down pre-COVID. Yeah. And then as far as agenda item number 8, you said?
Yes.
So the vote there of 3 in favor and 3 opposed, it meant that the committee wasn't sure if a public notice was posted or not. And that's why there was that kind of even number. Some members felt it was okay because there were no complaints by the NYPD, while others felt that, since they didn't know if there was a public notice posted, they felt that they would not vote in favor of that particular resolution.
Did they submit the questionnaire?
Leo, and then Jim Berlin, and we'll wrap it up.
Well, he didn't answer all my questions. Ellie, he didn't answer. He didn't.
How many
answer
questions
number
did you
11.
have?
I wanted to know what the alteration is to number 11. It doesn't say in the minutes or in the resolution.
Just give me 1 second.
Because there's also an objection to that one. So I just think it's important that we understand these, especially for new members, they understand that these details.
For number 11, they wanted to relocate the bar from the left to the center of the establishment. That is the alteration to a license.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Danielle. As I said, Jim, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you.
Mike is going to speak, right? Mike is going to speak.
Bruce, please. Bruce, please.
No, don't please me. Mike will be able to speak. Mike will be able to speak.
Mike will speak when he's told to speak.
Hey, Chair.
I have the floor now.
Yes.
Can you? Now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
There's this echo going on. Anyway, number 1, I agree with my first point is there are religious institutions all over the city, all over New York State that have social halls. And when there's a wedding, everyone then goes to the social hall and celebrates with alcohol. Now, maybe in every one of these places, the license is always with the caterer, but I don't know whether that's really the case. So that's issue number 1. Number 2, I totally agree with what Bruce said, the various points he made. Furthermore, I too were at some of these really giant rock concerts that took place at the United Palace a bunch of years ago. It was mainly while the Beacon Theater was going under repairs. But these crowds behaved like angels. They just went home and they didn't disturb the neighborhood. When the concert was over, they went home. And finally, we don't seem to micromanage anybody else but the United Palace. We don't micromanage, you know, private proprietors. Why does this one get this much money? So who are we to micromanage this particular thing? You know, the undue scrutiny that we have heaped, it appears to me that we have heaped on the United Palace is basically very unfair. So I, like many other people, are going to vote no on this resolution. And again, if a majority of us vote no, the resolution gets reversed. Thank you.
And Chair, I got to respond to that because
no, you don't get to respond to everything.
Jim, you have never ever in your life called anyone that left this meeting for them to answer about the question. When we have
me, he did it to me a number of times. Cedro, I love you, but Jim has done that to me so many times. He told me, no, you cannot talk. So many times.
Can confirm.
I'm just saying, I love you, Cedro, but no, he does that to me too.
I'll come back to you, Tanya.
Oh boy.
Eliezer, you're muted.
Maybe I can say
Now that we've gone through our own little uncivil rest, Gail's report. Gail, be more than happy.
Point of order.
You said
point of order.
Speak now.
Point of order.
I
have a point of order. I have a point of order on the floor. I have a point of order.
Mike,
I have a point of order, and I want to put on the floor. I want to move that we allow Mike from the United Palace to answer the concerns and the question. I need a second. Any second?
I second.
Then let's go.
Mike is gonna. Mike,
I don't need to speak now. I'm fine.
Okay, all right. If you don't need, Mike was gonna speak anyways, so you don't need a point of order for that. That was unnecessary.
Thank you so much.
Out of the courtesy to have you speak and respect that I have towards you, I was gonna allow you to speak. But let's allow Mr. Mike Fintinson, the most popular man on the floor, to speak his couple of minutes and respond to a lot of the comments of the community.
2 minutes, only 2 minutes. I said 2 minutes.
Robin, I think that's my
We're
purview
out
to
of
say.
order. Let's move it.
Yes, let's go.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
Thank you, Mike.
My name is Mike Fiddleson, Executive Director of the United Palace of Cultural Arts. I think there's 3 points I'm going to try to hit as quickly as I can. One, UPCA is a completely separate institution than anything else here at the United Palace. Church owns the building, United Palace of Spiritual Arts, UPCA is separate. We do programming, we do arts programming. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not a building that is owned by a spiritual organization can also sell alcohol. This building has been owned by a spiritual organization since 1969. It has had hundreds of concerts where alcohol has been sold. The SLA has made a ruling on that by granting all of the temporary licenses over the years. UPCA applying for a license will be a separate entity from the church getting a license. We believe the SLA will grant that. It will not come into conflict with the 200-foot rule. The third issue was about a 4 a.m. curfew. We put that in based on how the questionnaire was written for the community board. We don't plan on being open until 4 o'clock in the morning on a regular basis. Most of our concerts end at 12:30. We have people out of the building by 1 o'clock, 1:30. We wanted to put 4 o'clock in just in case in some special cases, the artists want to have a social gathering with their friends and entourage afterwards. That allows us to stay open that late. It is not for the 3,400 people that come to our shows. That would be something special that we can certainly negotiate and take off the table if that is the committee's request. One quick point of order. Do you guys vote tonight? I don't know how this works anymore. I'm used to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. We've over 2 minutes. So yes, we do vote. So with that being said, hope
Eli,
that
I had my hand raised like 500 times.
I'm not
It was
taking any more.
lowered.
I'm not taking any more
My
questions.
hand was
Michael.
lowered at least 6 times.
I said, okay, thank you, Ozzy. Gail?
Hey, let's vote, do whatever you want. I'm in no rush whatsoever. Go
Okay,
ahead.
good
I'm
enough. Right, Ozzy?
Okay.
Is there roll call on vote?
What are we doing now?
We're voting, taking roll call.
All right. Okay. All right, for the new members and actually for everyone, item number 9, 10, 12, and 15, you do not, again, you do not have to tell me how you vote on those items because they were withdrawn. Then we have 5 negative resolutions. For those, if you vote yes, you vote with the committee's recommendations. If you vote no, you vote against the committee's recommendations. Okay. Joelke Sabru. Oh, I'm sorry. Before you give me your vote. I'm sorry. Before you give me your vote. Please give me the no vote first, followed by abstentions. If you vote yes to all, just say yes to all. Go ahead.
So are we doing specific? Like I said, I'm new. So are we specifically voting on the licensing committee?
You start with the letters, followed by the numbers.
Okay, so on the licensing committee, I'm voting specifically yes to all except for the United Palace.
Give me
I'm
the
abstaining.
number.
I'll tell you now. 14.
And how do you vote on 14?
I abstain.
Abstain. You abstain on 14 and you vote yes to the rest.
Yes.
Could someone explain to the new members what an exception means?
So
I just explained. I'm sorry, guys.
Ballet,
I'm
stop.
running this
Excuse me.
section.
So I want to just to clarify.
No.
If I vote, I abstain. I am agreeing to them saying no to that resolution.
All right,
So-
allow
And you
me
can-
as a parliamentarian to explain this if you don't mind. Number
Okay,
one,
James.
thank you. Number one, you're voting on everything now, not just the licensing resolutions, but every resolution we heard. Just go down the list.
Okay.
And that's number one. Number two, abstentions count in terms of whether a resolution passes or not as a no.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the situation. And there are a variety of reasons for abstaining instead of voting no. One of them is because you're chicken to vote no, but there are other reasons as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm saying yes to all.
Yes. Okay, let me
All.
just repeat what you're saying. You say
Yeah.
you vote yes to all.
Yes, correct.
That means you're no longer abstaining on
So
the
14.
number 14, correct?
Correct. That's correct. That's
Okay,
Thank you.
hold on a second.
sorry for the
That's okay.
misconception.
That's
All right.
okay. Yes
That's
to
fine.
all.
That's
Yes
fine.
to all.
Marielle Ali.
No to F, no to 14, yes to the rest.
No to F like Frank. No
Correct.
to 14. Yes to the rest.
Yes.
Richard Ullman.
No on 14, yes on the rest.
No on 14. Yes to the rest. Mary Anderson.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Abstain on F. No to 14 and yes to the rest.
Abstain on F. No to 14 and yes to the rest.
Right.
Glenis Aquino Gill.
No to 14 and yes to the rest.
No to 14, yes to the rest. Wayne.
Correct.
No to 14, yes to the rest.
No to 14, yes to the rest. Excuse me for
Bless you.
sorry about that. Jim Berlin.
I vote no to 13 and 14 and yes to the rest.
No to 13, no to 14, and yes to the rest.
Thank you.
Tanya.
Abstain on F, no on 14, yes to the rest.
Abstain on F, no on 14, and yes to the rest.
That's correct.
Danielle Bonilla,
Yes to all.
yes to all. Daryl, I think, is he here today?
No, he's not.
He is not. Okay, hold on a second. Nobles,
Thank you, OC. I'll abstain on F, please. No on 14, and yes to the rest.
abstain on F, no on 14, and yes to the rest.
Thank you, OC.
You're welcome. Robin Cruz,
Yes to all.
yes to all. Waldis Cruz. Waldis,
I haven't seen all this.
okay, hold on. Catherine,
Abstain on F, no to 14, and yes to the rest.
abstain on F, no to 14, and yes to the rest. Domingo. Domingo Estevez,
Yes to all. I'm abstaining on G, F, and 14.
you abstaining on F and G and 14?
14 and yes to the rest.
And 14, and yes to the rest. Gabriela Estrella.
No on F, yes to the rest.
No on F, yes to the rest. Ashley Fernandez.
Not in, I think.
Okay, hold on a second. Ashley is not here. Okay, Sarah Fisher.
No on F. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. No on F. No, no on 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, and 14. And yes to the rest.
Okay, so you vote no on F like Frank, no on 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, and yes to the rest.
Perfect. Thanks.
Thank you. Faye?
Okay, thank you, Elsie. Yes, well, I'm abstaining on F, 2, 7, 8, 11, and 14. Abstain. The rest is yes. And thank you.
So you abstain on F like Frank, 2, 8, 11, and 14, and yes to the rest.
No, number 7, not 8. I'm abstain F, 2, 7, 8, 11, and 14. And yes to the rest.
Okay, I'm going to repeat it one more time so we have it right.
Thank you.
You abstain on F like Frank.
Yes.
Number 2, number 7, number 8, number 11, and number 14.
Correct, also.
And yes to the rest. Thank you. Barbara.
No on F, no on 14, yes to the rest.
No on F, no on 14, and yes to the rest.
Correct.
Mariella Graham. Mariella Graham.
I haven't seen Mariella or heard of her.
Okay, hold on. Okay. Simari Hernandez. I'm sorry, I mispronounced your name.
Got it right. Thank you. So I'm abstaining F, G, and 1 through 14. I need to read more on those, but I was able to get through land use, so I'm voting yes for A through E.
Okay, so let me just repeat it. You abstain on F, G, 1 through 14?
Yes.
Okay, and you vote yes to the rest?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay. Miriam James.
Not in.
Yes, yes, I am.
Oh, hey, sorry.
Miriam James, how do you
Yes.
vote?
No to 14 and yes to the rest.
Okay, hold on a second. No to 14 and yes to the rest.
Correct.
Okay. Danielle Jatu.
Abstain on F. No to 2, 8, 11, and 14. Yes to the rest. You want me to repeat it?
Hold on a second. Okay. You abstain on F like Frank. You vote no on 2, 8, 11, 14, and yes to the rest.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay. Leo Jimenez. Leo?
Hey, Elsie, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you. Can you hear? Elsie, can you hear me?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. Yes to all.
Yes to
Thank
all.
Yes to all. Yes to all. Yeah, my bad.
Joseph Kalinsky. Joseph? Is Joseph there? I'm sorry, I can't see if. Okay, I'll get back to him.
He's on mute.
Joseph, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna get back to him. All right, I vote no for F like Frank, no for number 3, and yes to the rest. Michelle Lee.
Hi, I would like to vote abstain on 8, abstain on 14, and yes to the rest.
Abstain on 8, abstain on 14, and yes to the rest.
Correct.
Betty Lehman.
I want to vote no on 14 and yes to the rest.
No on 14 and yes to the rest.
Yes.
Francisco Lopez.
Yes, okay. My no's are no to G, abstain on F, no to 8, and no to 11, no to 13, yes to the rest.
Okay. Abstain on A, I'm sorry, abstain on F like Frank.
Yes.
You vote no on G, no on 8, no for number 11 and number 13, and yes to the rest.
Yes.
Okay, Liz?
I vote no on 14 and yes to the rest.
You vote no on 14 and yes to the rest.
Yes.
Maria Luna? Maria.
Yes. All right. I am always doing my way, okay? And that's for you, Isidro. And this is my vote. I am voting no on number 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, and 14. Yes to the rest.
You vote no on number 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 13, 14, and yes to the rest.
Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome. Cindy Matos. Cindy,
Mostly, can I change my vote real quick?
hold on a second.
Okay.
Cindy, are you there? Francisco, how do you want to change your vote?
No on 2.
You want to vote no on 2. Okay. Jay,
No on 13, yes to the rest.
no on 13, yes to the rest. Isidro,
This is for you, Maria, with loss of love. Can't vote on agenda item number 2 because of conflict. They're part of my bid. Yes to the rest. Thank you, guys.
not voting on number 2 due to conflict, yes to the rest. Ariel? Ariel Miranda?
Yep, I'm here. I am voting yes to all.
Yes to all. Debbie?
No on 14, yes to the rest.
No on 14, yes to the rest. Jonathan?
I'm voting yes to all.
Yes to all.
Hi, can I come back in? I'm sorry, I was off before. It's Joseph.
Yosef, you're here. Okay, go ahead,
yeah.
Yosef.
Yes to all and abstain on 14.
Hold on. Abstain on 14, yes to the rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Aisha? Aisha?
Sorry, I was muted.
Go ahead.
I'm abstaining on 2 and 8 and no to F, 7, and 14. Yes to the rest.
Okay, you are abstaining on number 2 and number 8. You vote no on F like Frank, on number 7 and number 14, and yes to the rest.
Yes.
Rosie? Rosie, are you there?
Left. She might have left already.
Okay, hold on. Okay, Paradise.
It's not in.
She's not in. Okay. Bruce?
No on 14, yes to the rest. Thank you.
No on 14, yes to the rest. Genesis?
Hi, I'm abstaining to F and yes to the rest. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're abstaining on F like Frank,
yes,
and yes to the rest.
Yes, that's correct.
Eda?
I'm abstaining from F as in Frank, and no on 14, yes to the rest.
You're abstaining on F like Frank, and you vote no to 14 and yes to the rest. Steve?
Not voting on E in light of my position with the New York City Parks Department. Abstaining on F, 13 and 14. Voting no on 8. Yes to the rest.
Okay, you are not voting on E due to conflict. You abstain on F like Frank, 13 and 14, and you vote no on number 8, and yes to the rest.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Wendy? Wendy, are you here? Okay, guess not. Omar?
I'm gonna vote no on 8, no on 13, yes to the rest.
No on 8, no on 13, and yes to the rest. Angel?
I'm abstaining on 14, yes to the rest.
You abstain on 14 and yes to the rest. Curtis? I don't think he's
not
in,
in.
right? Curtis
not
is
in.
not in. Okay, hold on. Curtis is not in. Eli?
Abstaining on 14, yes to the rest.
You abstain on 14 and yes to the rest.
Correct.
Okay, now, are you here? And I
wanna
did not
change my
call your
vote.
name.
Domingo.
Domingo, you want to change something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't realize. No on 8, 11, and 13. Oh no, I'm sorry, not 13. On 8 and 11.
Okay, so I have you as no on 8, no to 11, and everything else stay as you told me before, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are you here? And I did not call your name. Okay, I guess we're good.
Alrighty, good. Now, Gail, floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be quick while you come up with the tabulation. Thank you for such a good discussion. I want to thank the new members, just like everybody else has. I also want to say that those who participated, some new members, some members who've been on for a while, and the Inwood Walking Tour, I thank you. I hope it was helpful. It was on June 25th. And I think it gives people a sense of where we are with the rezoning, but also all the challenges. And we will do notes, get them out. There were some issues that we didn't have answers to, and we will get answers and we will circulate it. And I want to thank the restaurants that participated because the food and the drinks were delicious. I'm very supportive of the Audubon Parks Historic District, very frustrated with the city for not considering the historic district, and I will support the community board and all the residents. I want to just mention in terms of the 3-3 precinct. So the PC, meaning the police department, has decided that for every vacancy, there will be a process as opposed to the PC deciding. We did this in the 3-2 in Harlem and it has worked out extremely well. I was quite suspicious of the project. I was wrong. So as you know, Deputy Inspector Bello is leaving. He's going to an assignment in the Bronx. We thank him because I know he was much appreciated and respected. The way it works is we pick 2 residents, 2 businesses, the chair of the community board and another person, the chair of the precinct council and another person. They get a lot of material and they decide who the person is for the vacancy. They get 3 nominations from the PC and pick one. And it's my experience that they will be backed up by the police commissioner. Otherwise, why in the world do they go through this process? So I just want to let you know that's happening soon. At the same time, we're doing, not in your area, but we're doing the 5 and 4 PSA, which are the public housing developments precincts. So just so you know, every single precinct, every 2 or 3 years, is going to go through this. I also just want to mention that we are very concerned about this noise issue that you brought up. And I appreciate the work that it really started with Tanya in terms of her task force, and we continue to push. I think the precincts have had some police press conferences about it. I don't know what's moved. I believe that the ambulances are too loud. There are some bills in the city council. I don't understand why they have to be so loud. And we do need to do something about them because the constant complaint is so huge. So I really appreciate, I think Board 12 has taken the lead on these issues, and I want to congratulate you because it looks like it's a long haul, and it is, but the only way you start is by having the kind of discussions that you have had. So I want to say congratulations. I think that every Tuesday at 3 o'clock, we had one today. Welcome to join us. We have, I think, I'm pretty picky, excellent discussions about either vaccine or how the city is coming back. Today was phenomenal. We had attorneys who were talking about who, when, and where under the law, whether it be the FDA, the city of New York, the state of New York, can mandate vaccines, yes or no? What it means when there is an open meeting law and when it goes away. I mean, in terms of the executive order, not the open meeting law. So I just want to mention to you that this is a time, I think, to get information. And you are certainly welcome to find these discussions on our website. But 45 minutes on what questions were nonstop, because people have nonprofits, volunteers, clients, schools, private businesses, etc. And the attorneys were able to answer what the law is currently, what you can or can't do, etc. When you have the challenge of people who are vaccinated, not vaccinated, when you wear a mask, when you don't, when you have to social distance, when you don't, and how you handle it, because it's not easy. Sometimes people get very uppity, understandably. And of course, what are the real disabilities that fall into this? What are the religious exemptions, etc.? So we had a huge turnout on the call, and it is archived on our website. I would suggest if you are asking questions, answers are there. And I think that your chair mentioned earlier about the New York State Committee on Open Government and the Open Meetings Law webinar on Thursday, July 15th from 10 to 11:30. It's open to everybody, and you're certainly welcome to participate. I will say, I have been in contact with the State Department of State and the Law Department of the City of New York to say, please give us some guidance on open meetings law, because it's relevant to all of you. It's relevant to the CECs. It's relevant to the SWAB, which is the Solid Waste Advisory Board, and they are slower than molasses in getting this information to us. So I'm just letting you know we are on it, and the minute we get it in writing, because I don't want something from an email, I don't want something from a discussion, I want something on a piece of paper that says what are the guidance that they suggest. And to be honest with you, I think we're going to need some state legislation to make the changes that I think you want. I know others do, which is, there may be persons who can't get there who want to participate. Let's see what comes from the law department. And then we have to figure out what we need to change on the state level. Thank you very much. I have to be honest, I know it's hard, but you have one hell of a board with fabulous discussion, and you should be very proud. I know it makes the chair crazy, all the discussion, but you're running it really well, Azar. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Gets a little heated, but we mean well, all of us. But don't leave yet, because I think Faye and Steve Simon, who I think was first, have a few questions or comments. I'm not sure. They want to speak to you.
Yep.
Gail, are you saying that the only way we can have a hybrid type meeting where the board members would all meet in person and maybe some members of the public would be able to Zoom in? The only way we can do that is with a change in state legislation?
Oh, what I'm saying is we don't know what the law department is telling us, because we're supposed to get it, like today, tomorrow, what their ruling is. But I worry that their ruling might be show up or you can't really participate. I don't know that. But let's see what they come up with.
We would show up, but can't we provide that some members of the public?
Yes, I am checking. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what it is. Let's see what they say.
All right,
but I want them to be fully participating, not just window dressing. So let's see what they say.
So, but you are specifically looking into that question?
Yes, we are.
Okay, very good.
Faye?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Borough President, thank you, for your report and all the work that you always and consistently deliver to our community. I'm not gonna say nothing that is new, but it bothers me to know, and yes, the loud music and the fireworks around Isabella, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I wanted to see which way or what can we do for this mayor and the city council and whatever power you can, I will say, put into this issue so we can reduce this, because we see the same way that the mayor is putting so much effort in Borbaling community with so many bicycles everywhere. He should concentrate and many, elected official and try to, to conquer this problem with the loud music. 2 o'clock, 7 o'clock, the seniors can't sleep. And this is terrible. This is beyond imagination.
Hey, I know, and I can just say we're all on the mayor about it. If he ever had a piece of data, that would be nice. I like data, and he's not too good on the data. So we're all pushing him to do something about it. It is up to him. I can't do too much. I pushed, thanks to Tanya's work, on the dirt bikes, and I'm still pushing. But there are so many other challenges. Wayne mentioned them earlier. So I'm on it as much as I can possibly be. That's all I can tell you.
I feel like we should
Thank you.
extend in his house.
Thank you, Gail.
Thank you.
10:15, so we're gonna move along to our committee reports. Francisco, love to read your minutes, and the rest of you. Francisco, you're next.
Yes, how you guys doing? Okay, please refer to the minutes, but we did have a conversation. My goal was to get the community better understanding of how they can direct any issues they have with small businesses. So we had a representative from MEND, MEND, that particular division in the city helps with mitigating any issues between community and businesses. We also had we try to have a conversation between local bike owners in our community and City Bike to see if there's any effect, whether it be positive or negative. We didn't have any participation with this local bike shops. As you guys may know, some of our business owners are a little hesitant to be a part of community board in any fashion, just because of their hesitation of just politics in general, or how they see politics in general. We also invited folks from City Bike. We didn't hear anything back from them. Lastly, we had the ice cream truck. His name is Pablo. He owns an ice cream truck over by the Javits playground. We tried to see what was the issue, because his concession license or his permit was taken several years ago, and he was looking for answers as to why. So we had the director of concessions for parks speak with us and speak with him about what can be done moving forward, and just for our information to know if any other issues with ice cream trucks in our community come up, we know how to direct them now that we've spoken to the director of concessions. Lastly, me and the business committee and the youth and education committee with Faye, in partnership with Faye, recently had, sorry.
It's 10:15, we understand.
Yeah, well, we had a conversation about vendor licensing through the Department of Education. And we had a great conversation. We had a Mr. Adam Faye, if you remember his name, I can't remember his last name. But anyway, he gave an amazing presentation to help our people in our community to seek licenses or permits through the Department of Education, or vendor license, if they so wanted to. So again, refer to the minutes. Thank you guys for your time. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, Francisco, enjoy your summer. Thank you so much for the work you've done. Mary Anderson.
First of all, I'd like to say welcome to all the new members.
Thank you, Francisco.
Mary?
Thank you to all the new members for joining us, and good luck. And if you need any assistance, I'm available. Just get in touch with me. As far as the committee meeting goes, we spent quite a bit of time talking about the reopening of senior centers. They're all beginning to reopen slowly. Not all of them have everything available yet, and the limited capacity, there's a lot of adjustments being made for everything. So not all of them are providing meals yet. Not all of them are providing activities yet, but are slowly beginning to integrate those things. One of the things we talked about is the need to have hybrid meetings because of the fact that the seniors have not been able to be involved in our meetings because they can't come to us or Zoom in. We're hoping that, since we used to go to the senior centers to conduct our meetings each month, to a different senior center each month, we're hoping that there may be a way that they can, at the senior center, Zoom in to our meetings so that we can get them re-involved in our committee, as well as other people that have been, coming, attending our meetings on Zoom that can't take the time away to come to the meeting. We will be meeting in July, on July 8th, to review the reopening of the senior centers and how things are going and what we can do to, help them along. And thank you, everybody, and have a good summer.
Thank you, Mary. More Aruba for the time being. Curtis is not in, so we're gonna go to Faye. And last but not least, Ariel Miranda.
Thank you. Yes, Wes, I just wanted to report two things. I just wanted to report basically that the Youth and Education Committee, the entire board, along or in collaboration with the CUNY in the Heights, we had a great town hall. We had a great turnout. I think CUNY did an extraordinary job, especially presenting their proposal for expansion and what really entails. And so we are very, very, I guess, happy that they chosen us as one of the main or stronger voices in the community to collaborate with them. Once again, on behalf of the board, I would like to reiterate our collective appreciation for allowing us to be part of this meaningful event. And I will add the link that contains that conversation. So for folks who were not able to participate in that event. On a different subject, I also would like to reinstate and say thank you, Mr. Sherman, for bringing some thoughts into the possible event that, the Youth and Police Building Bridges. So, and I really think that we are contemplating, I personally feel that we need more, in my case, more independence for mobility. And making decision, because I know with the boards and all the rules, my hands are tied to make this, like bigger, I should say. And I'm looking forward to continue that conversation. So far, we might be projecting if the city continue on the path to keep the city open, and so we can congregate, we may have this event sometime late September or early October. But I definitely looking forward to continue this conversation and have more independence in addition or in collaboration with the board. But eventually, I think I wanted to bring this to another level. Thank you. That's my report.
Thanks, Faye. Ariel, and then what's my friend Nobles for Parks. Are you guys, is there direct questions to Faye's presentation? Maria or Sally? If they're not, I gotta move on.
My question was for Mary.
I just have the announcement time. Could you just?
Well, you got an old business, but Sally, yeah, you can go back, Mary.
Mary, I just had a quick question. I know a number of the senior centers also serve as cooling centers, given this horrible heat wave we've been going through. Do you know if they're open? Like, I know some of them were open seniors only. Was the Dyckman houses open?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. If we could talk maybe offline about that.
Because they actually haven't.
Yeah, Dyckman houses was open.
Okay, and that's a seniors only.
As a cooling center, though?
It is a
Yes,
cooling
it is.
center.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks, Maria. Okay, Ariel.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So for this past month, our focus was to really go back towards what was the agenda pre-COVID, talking about the rezoning. It appears, at least from the past meeting, that many of the members weren't informed about what is the Mayor's Office of Operations rezoning tracker. I went over this in a bit of detail with specific focus on the housing components of the rezoning. Because this will essentially show both the committee as well as the rest of the entire community board what are the commitments that we need to be focused on in the coming years. Because as many of you know, construction was one of the first industries to essentially reopen during a kind of restart. And at this time, there's a very broad focus just in rezoned areas to try and start it as soon as possible. And as we know, even just from the conversations we had with Gil Brewer during our past walk, now that is going to be some of the focus now of some of the rezoning areas to try and get construction underway. Specifically, I think we heard last from the Mad Equities company, in addition to some others that are alongside the 10th Avenue rezoned portions there. So this is all to say just a very brief one single item that comes from that tracker. There are countless others that are there, and I wanted to try and make sure that this committee understood, as well as the board, where to start looking for them. I also went in detail a little bit over the HPD Online website, DOB's website, the ZOLA, which is essentially the zoning land use portal that's essentially used by the Department of City Planning, just to try and ensure that our newest members are also aware of how to utilize these resources. In addition to Checkbook NYC, which was also mentioned in our previous month's resolutions, where to find information on contracts that are delivered from the city to individual private contractors that respond to requests. So that is kind of my brief overview of this past meeting. Does anyone have any questions, thoughts? I'll leave it there. All righty.
Ellie, you're on mute.
You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Nobles Crawford.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chair. Standing in for Liz Ritter, the chair of the Parks and Cultural Affairs Committee, and Daryl Cochran, who's also the vice president. On behalf of the Parks and Cultural Affairs Committee, we definitely want to welcome all of the new folks to the board. We have an amazing committee if you want to come check out one of our meetings. But keep the enthusiasm that you have for this meeting, for your time here, because you guys do amazing work with all of us here. And as the Cedra said before, honestly, it's all love. So welcome. And for Parks and Cultural Affairs minutes, I know that you guys received a whole bunch of it during the resolution. So just refer to the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Beautiful. Ozzy, you have a question?
No, I just want to announce the item number 14 did not
Wait,
pass.
this is, I think that we should, let me finish my thing here, and then we can go back to the tally and the counts. All right? Thank you. So, all business, Maria, you had an announcement to make?
Yes,
New
it's a very
business.
sad, it's a sad announcement for the members of the board that being around, like Jim Berlin and Liz and Steve. I just got a call today that Bernardo Madera passed away. He was a member of our board for a few years. He's also a brother-in-law of Adriano Espaillat. We don't know the details about services yet, but he was very eager person to to join the community board at a time that we have so many problems. Anyway, so that is my sad announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, for giving that announcement. I hope all of you guys enjoyed today's meeting. Ozzy, you had the excitement to announce the entire tally or just partial tally?
I'm just going to, it's just the one that didn't pass. So number 14 didn't pass. Everything else did. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands, and I will go back and listen to the tape because before the final numbers are there. That's what
Thank
I have to report right now. Thank you.
What does it mean didn't pass?
That mean that it's not a negative resolution. It's now going to be a positive resolution for number 14 that didn't pass. That's what it means.
Right. So thank you all for the time. Can I get a motion on the floor to adjourn the meeting?
Second.
I just had a quick, I had a quick question.
Motion to adjourn.
A second.
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 Let him ask his question.
Yeah, go ahead, Joaquin.
So as a new member, I'm interested in joining a committee, but I don't know what the process is like.
We're gonna have a training. We're gonna have a training session that hopefully you'll attend. You were not able to make it to the meet and greet we had, so you're gonna get information. Yeah, we're gonna have an informational meeting about that. So be in touch. Paul is gonna be in touch with you. All right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys. All right. Enjoy your night.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
And pay attention to emails. I hope everybody has a great summer.
Happy
Have a good
summer.
summer.
We'll also have
Great
summer training.
Welcome aboard, everybody.